Greetings, everyone. It's been a long time since we've done a list, and yes, we're aware of this.
Just
Hey, I'm guilty of it too. As soon as I saw it, I was like, hey guys, what do you know? There's this list involving IGN that I don't think it's been a while since you've done, so there you
yeah.
go.
Yes, we have Derek from Game Explain here because Lewis has classes and didn't have much to say, and the semi-family thing came up for John all of a sudden. So,
Yep, I'll hopefully try to fill the void. I don't know if I can do that, but hey, I'll make an attempt.
And
yes,
just
it's IGN's top 125 Nintendo games of all time because Nintendo turned 125 this past week.
Oh, was that the reasoning? I was like, why 125? That makes such an arbitrary number.
Now Nintendo turned 125 this past week.
yeah.
Mazel tov.
So and just to make it clear, this is Nintendo games, so it had to be made by Nintendo in some way, shape, or form, like either
Or a Nintendo-owned brand.
yeah. So there's no Mega Man or Final Fantasy VI or any of that. So
Yeah.
Interesting, but maybe it'll be a good list because I'll be honest, I've only
no,
looked...
I've read the whole thing. It's awful. Okay, because let's start. Number 125 is Excite Truck. And this is wrong because Excite Bots, the superior sequel in every way possible, is not on this list. So, okay, already, it's the first entry and they're already wrong. I can't... Is that a new record? It has to be something.
Maybe?
Yeah.
I've never actually played Excite Bots. I hear from everybody who has played it that is infinitely better than Excite Truck. But I do really like Excite Truck. It was one of the release titles I played the heck out of when I first got my Wii.
It's just, but just
more motion controls.
Here's the thing: in their little blurb, it says tight tilt controls. That's just no. I like Excite Truck too, but that game's so loose. It does not. Oh man.
I mean, I had the hang of it by the time I was done with that game, but I would not call that thing tight at all. I was whipping my arms back and forth like crazy. And I'll be honest, I would not even like this game if I could not put my own music on top of it because the soundtrack for this game was terrible.
It was a lot of just very forgettable grunge-y type rock with a lot of synths. Although for some reason they took out the ability to play your own MP3s in the sequel, which is weird.
Is the music better at least?
I didn't mind it. Do you like synth?
It's
okay. Well, then you might not enjoy the music that much, but I think on its own merits, it's better than Excite Trucks at the very least. But yeah. So yeah, they're already wrong, and they're only one thing in, so that's a new record. Anyway, number 124 is the F-Zero X expansion kit. What?
Which never got a release outside of Japan. So
the hell is this?
It is an expansion for the 64DD, basically the disk drive for the N64. It basically was F-Zero X, but it had a new course, and it had a course editor and vehicle editor.
Why would you even count this? I don't understand.
Well, it's stupid because F-Zero X is like 2 or 3 spots further down the list. So
you might as well just combine the two. I mean,
yeah.
I'm honestly mystified because it seems like such a pointless entry. Like Ted's complaining about Excitebots not being on there. Put Excitebots somewhere on here. Did they really need to stretch to get an expansion?
Oh no, dude! There are so many games missing from this list. It is not even funny. We haven't even scratched the surface of it. But
I guess we'll talk about F-Zero X when we actually get to its actual spot.
Okay.
Yeah.
The only thing you need to know about the expansion pack is that it had a course editor, which is a cool idea, but
no, I know a lot of people really get into that kind of thing. I don't, but some people do.
Didn't the original F-Zero X have a course editor though?
No.
Oh, okay.
Oh, it didn't? I thought it did. Huh.
Well, it might have, but it was very, very limited compared to the expansion pack.
Okay.
Number 123 we have is Pilot Wings, which I haven't played much of.
I played the 3DS game, which was
you fly around.
Yeah, well, it's fun in a sort of kind of like just sort of calming sort of way, but it's not. I've never played the original, so I have no clue how this one works.
I have not touched a Pilot Wings game. All I know is that Andre loves Pilot Wings 64, which I hear is good too. So I don't know.
You fly around.
Yeah, I like to have more goals or at least
Well, there
something
were
to
little
do.
in the 3DS game. There were like little mini games where you had to race and you had to fly through rings and so it's a very sort of simple sort of game. Is basically just
It's
it.
really not my thing though.
Nah, not really.
It is one of those sorts of games that does require a specific taste. You're right.
Hmm.
All right.
Well,
So 122, New Super Luigi U DLC. It's gonna be pretty expensive.
I mean, at least it did get its own individual release, so it's not. It's kind of
Yeah.
DLC.
It's DLC.
Yeah, it is
Yeah,
DLC.
it's DLC, and I haven't actually played Luigi U, but
I've played a little bit of it. It's not terribly interesting, honestly.
The only exposure I had to New Super Luigi U is Andre doing his little guide for it, and then I watched the Runaway Guys playthrough of it. And I mean, single player it seems fine. I mean, actually a lot of fun, like a really decent challenge. It does not seem meant for multiplayer though. I was a very odd choice.
You mean like most of the multiplayer platformers out there?
Touche.
yeah. Well, hold on. I've never really tried an awful lot of those with just 2 people. It's always either been me or 4 people. Does it work with just 2? I'm not talking about Luigi U specifically, but have any of you guys ever?
Well,
been able to
I would
play...
assume it's better, but no, I haven't really.
Okay.
Trying to think. I swear I have at one point, but I honestly I don't get the chance to play these type of games with friends locally that much. Most of my friends are either into different types of games or just don't care. So I'm kind of limited as well. Oh well. It's not a terrible game, and I don't feel like it's too high up on the list. I think it sort of fits.
It's not knocking. It's okay. Well, I'll put it this way: it's not above anything that I particularly care about, so I don't really mind it being this low, really. So, yeah. Now, have any of you guys played 121 or Wonderful 101? They should have just made this number 101. Just
for the number joke.
Just for the number joke, because it's not like they are ranking things accurately anyway. So
yeah.
I played the
no,
demo.
I heard it had a very, very high learning curve.
Yeah, I tried the demo and I just could not get into it. But I hear that it's one of those games that if you stick with it, it becomes really good. But I've never tried it, so I'm not really sure how it turns out.
Yeah, I played the demo at PAX when it was on its way out, when it was supposed to be coming out that year, and I did fine at it. It played fine. I had no trouble with it. It just, I don't know, for some reason it just never clicked with me. And I maybe it's better in the full version, like you said, Ted, but I don't know. I know the guy we give it to review did not like it. I know the people who love this game hated us for that one, but what can you do?
Welcome to the internet.
What were you gonna say, Ted?
No, I was just gonna say you guys pick the wrong people for reviews an awful lot of the time. Like Andre didn't like Pikmin 3 for some reason.
I know, it's weird. We got this one guy named Ted to review Professor Layton versus Ace Attorney.
What an asshole that guy! What an asshole!
I know. Jeez. We're trying to get better.
Yeah. Okay, so 120 is Mario Party 5, which is
the start of the fall.
Okay,
I like how it says Mario Party 5 is the last truly great Mario Party game. No, this is the first stumbling block for me. It's still generally fun, but
they make some weird
compared to
changes.
2, 3, and they make some weird changes, and compared to 2, 3, and 4, it's just nowhere near as good.
Yeah, I've only ever played the first 4. I don't think I have any experience with 5.
I've played 5 plenty, and I stopped there because I realized it was all downhill from here.
I played a lot of 5. It was, I think, other than 3, it was the one I played the most. And while it's not as good as 3, it's fun on its own. I think the mini games are all pretty decent. Nothing that I can really remember.
That's all it is. It's decent.
Yeah, it's the boards are kind of weird. They did a weird thing with the item system in this game that I'm not totally on board with. But if you want something kind of different from Mario Party, but not like Mario Party 9 where they're in the car, I guess you should go for it. But more often than not, I'd stick with the
2, 3, and 4.
2, 3, and 4. Yeah.
Well, I guess that's what happens when weren't these coming out like on a yearly basis?
Yeah, they were basically Mario. They were basically Nintendo's Madden at that point.
Well, it's no wonder they ran out of ideas.
Well, and their popularity dropped like a rock.
Well, until Mario Party 8 on the Wii came out at the very least.
Yeah.
I do love 119 though. I don't know how it compares to others, but I played the hell out of Super Mario Land 2 as a kid.
Yeah, I really like this game as well.
I got it off the Virtual Console, and while I didn't finish it for whatever reason, it was a very solid game.
Yeah, I mean
Definitely.
it's not terribly long, it's not terribly advanced, but it's a Game Boy title, so what can you really expect out of it? It's
Exactly.
basic. It's a nice little Mario game on the go.
It
I
felt good
like
as a
that they do
kid.
the I like that they do the Mega Man thing with it, where you can basically do most of the world in whatever order you want.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's pretty cool. I also like the fact that this was the first true Mario experience you had on the Game Boy because Super Mario Land is fine, but that was not it did not feel like a
that
Mario
was that
game.
was that was weird. Yeah,
Yeah, I mean I played it plenty, but
it was also
this
the
was
debut of.
yeah
Oh, go on. It was also the debut of Wario.
yeah, and that was the toughest part of that game. The
Yeah, the final
gauntlet to
level.
get through Wario. Oh my gosh, he would just kick my ass as a kid, and it took me a while to beat him, but I eventually did just because it's so easy to get lives in this game.
Yeah. So very easy to cheat that bonus game at the end.
Oh yeah, without a doubt.
So, have any of us heard of 118 Marvelous and Other Treasure Island?
Nope.
No.
It's a Japan only release, so that's why.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, well,
that explains
moving on.
it. I was like, why do I not know this game?
Yeah. So moving on, number 117 is Lost Levels.
John's most favoriteest game.
Yep.
I remember when I was at a friend's place because I never owned an SNES as a kid. I went to a friend's place and he had the All Stars collection, and I was like, Lost Levels, what the heck is this? And I played it a little bit, and when I played it on there, didn't find it to be that difficult. I just didn't play very far into it, I guess. But then later, I heard about all the stories about how difficult this game is, so I got it on the Wii when the original version came out, and oh boy, I can't find any enjoyment in this game. I can't. It's just it's too brutal, and it's just no. I can't do it.
It is just Super Mario Brothers super hard mode.
There's not enough
That's all it
different.
really
I'm
is.
like, as soon as I play, it's like, boy, am I glad we got the Super Mario Brothers 2 that we got.
Yeah. I really like Doki Doki Mario, so, I think it's far superior to this, which is just a crash course in frustrating level design.
Where Kaizo Mario players get all their experience.
Okay, well here's the thing. Kaizo Mario is designed to be just like to go over the top. This is just frustrating. I don't think anybody has fun playing this. Do they?
No.
I don't think so. It's
Yeah.
it's interesting to check out once to see what it's like and really how difficult it is, but I can't go back to it. I mean, I got it. I'm like, okay, this really is kicking my ass. Moving on.
Speaking of 116, Zelda Phantom Hourglass, which I was not interested in playing the DS Zelda games too much.
It, you never tried them at all?
No, not really.
I guess you never played him, huh, Ted?
No.
Ted doesn't play Zelda games.
That's true. No, I played it. I really enjoyed it. It has its problems. There's a lot. It has a lot of problems, to be honest. The controls do not work exactly as they should at the time, all the time. Like
That's what I heard.
the hardest move to do in the game is the dodge roll, I believe. Just the roll attack, because there was one part where you had to roll in the trees, and I could not get the motion down. I kept just trying and trying and trying. It drove me nuts. Eventually, I got the hang of it, but it was very frustrating early on. The only other big problem with it is that the dungeon that you keep having to return to and defeating as you go along. I don't understand that design. It just got really annoying after as you went along. But everything else about the game played fine. I really enjoyed it. It was a good Zelda game on the system. It just had odd controls and an odd system of going back to the same dungeon and going a little bit further. So I don't mind the placing on this list. It's pretty appropriate, I'd say.
Fair enough.
And now this is a game that I wanna try out, if only just because it's probably the easiest F-Zero game for me to get at the moment, and that's F-Zero X, 115.
Very fun racer.
Okay. I'm assuming that you just generally like GX more.
Well, yeah, GX is just better.
I've only ever played GX. I don't have any experience with X. I heard people.
X is basically. How do I put this?
it's the appropriate mid ground between the original and GX.
Well, no, not entirely.
Oh, really?
Well, no, it's because the first one was just kind of eh. It's kind of like comparing.
It has Rainbow Road in it.
Well, yes, it does. It's kind of like comparing Jack and Daxter to Crash Bandicoot.
Oh, okay.
It's like the first one is perfectly fine. It works just well. There's a lot of fun to be had, but the kind of the next leap in technology just kind of fit what they wanted to do a whole lot more.
That makes sense. It's one to check out if for curiosity's sake, I guess. How do you?
And if you find out Zero GX at some point, get that.
Oh, I have.
'Cause that's the best. I love GX. So.
I think
it's difficult as hell, but I do have that.
Well, it's always a fair difficult, except for a few of the story missions. But
well, unless if you want to do it on super ultra hard mode to unlock the arcade tracks.
well, no, I'm talking about those specifically.
Yeah.
But I mean, in terms of the Grand Prix, even on the hardest difficulty, that's always fair.
At the very least, when it comes to F-Zero X, Nintendo likes to put that one up for download on the
eShop.
Well, not, but they give it to you for free from Club Nintendo a lot. It's commonly one of the downloadable games you can get every month. So I might next time that rolls around, I might check it out there.
Hooray!
Yeah,
You'll convert them yet?
I like the SNES game.
Yes.
Yes.
Well, if you like the SNES game, then you'll love X and GX because those are just better.
Yeah, I'd say so. Now, who else played the heck out of Dr. Mario as a kid?
Honestly, I was always way more of a Tetris person. I don't get Dr. Mario.
Yeah, I was never a big fan of Dr. Mario.
Oh, really? I think I played him more than Tetris. I don't know why. Maybe it's the music. I don't know. Maybe it's because there's an actual. It felt different. It had a goal to it. Like Tetris, I would play the heck out of, but eventually I just get bored with it because I'd always start at the same place and nothing ever really changed. With Dr. Mario, the layouts changed. It got more difficult, and I just had a lot of fun with it. And I'm trying to remember if I played it more. Yeah, it was just I don't know. I had a lot of fun with it. And music
Stop being in my Smash Brothers.
Well, from what I can tell, he's at least a more distinct clone gameplay wise than.
No, I know. I'm just saying.
He's there if you want classic Mario in your in Smash rather than the Flood Mario.
I suppose.
But no, I enjoyed him. I wouldn't call him the greatest puzzler, and I got Dr. Luigi for my platinum reward or whatever for Club Nintendo this year, which better choice than anything, I guess. And I found I got really bored of that really quickly, so maybe I'm just not a puzzle guy anymore. At least these kind of type of puzzles, because I got surprisingly bored of Dr. Luigi very quickly.
No, I think part of it might be because you were playing it on a console. These types of games are always better on handhelds. Like
that's true.
Always better. I can't think of an
What about
instance
Dr.
where...
Robotnik's Mean Bean Machine?
Oh, dude, that game has like 12 different names. It's Kirby's. What was the Kirby version called? I don't remember.
Was that Avalanche?
Kirby's Avalanche, maybe, and then it's also Puyo Puyo Pop. It has a ton of different names.
Oh yeah. Wow,
but
this seems low for the next one.
Well, here's the thing. Number 113, Mario Party 3, is the only other Mario Party game on this list. Mario Party 2 and 4
is not on this.
2 isn't on this list. And here's the thing.
What?
2, 3.
But 2 and 4 are significantly better than 5.
I know. Like, I think it's arguable whether 2, 3, or 4 is the best Mario Party. Like, it's a lot of it's due to preference, and that's debatable. But as much as I love Mario Party 3, I'd still, I'd bump this up like a good 30 spaces or so. But still, I found it shocking that Mario Party 2 wasn't on this list somewhere, because that's usually most people's favorite, isn't it?
I always hear people say how much they like 2 more than 3. It's really up for debate which is better, but usually those two get thrown around, and I always hear a lot of people say they like 4 best, and I play the heck out of 4. I like all 3 of these games are really good, and the fact that they're not like 5 made it but not 2 and 4 didn't, what the hell?
Yeah, this is IGN being IGN. And not making any sense at all. So
I'm flummoxed. I am flummoxed. That is weird.
Yeah, that is very, very weird.
Huh. Oh, well. uh, I mean, I guess you can just take our the fact that we don't know really what to say, but the fact that it's so low is just a compliment to this game. That it really should
let's
be.
let's put it
bumped
this
up.
way. For our multiplayer live stuff at conventions, we did Mario Party 2, 3, and 4. We're not doing 5,
Yeah, we're not doing 5. We're not, probably not 6.
or 7, or 8, or 9.
Maybe
Yeah.
depending on when that comes out.
Hopefully, 10's good. Island
Yeah.
Tour did not. From what I heard, Island Tour did not turn out too well.
No.
I still think what they need to do is just take the best elements from 2, 3, and 4, the best ones.
Mhm.
You know, update all the graphics for Wii U or whatever. Just make it online.
Yeah.
Just say screw it. Here's the best of the stuff you like. Here's an online mode. Have at it.
It
At
could
the
be
very
really
least,
popular too.
at the
Yeah.
very least, if they needed to add some, take some of the better mini games from the other games in the series, if they needed to.
yeah.
Because each one,
Yeah.
each game does have at least a couple good, really good mini games. You know.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Although when you have 50 in each game, you know that's just due to chance that's about to happen.
Yeah.
Well, it's sort of like with Nintendo's recent practices with DLC. Release a new Mario Party and have DLC packs with all the with mini game packs where you can pick out the mini games that you want.
Yeah, that's as long as they were reasonably priced, I could go for that.
Yeah, and as long as it had online, because online is what Mario Party needs at this point. Yeah, it's fun to play with your friends, but I don't have. Again, it's hard to find friends around me at the moment that are interested in playing. So I'd rather be able to play online with people I know who want to play with me.
Yeah, because Mario Party 3 is actually one of the first Mario Party games to have a story mode, and I had to play through that because before PAX because my file got deleted somehow, and
We needed
Waluigi
Waluigi
Island. Playing single player in Mario Party has to be one of the most soul sucking experiences you can ever have. It is.
I can name 3 friends right off the bat. Computer 1, Computer 2, and Computer 3. Gang's all here.
So yeah,
I don't
this
know.
is just
I've
a
played
series that just
Fortune.
needs
I've
online.
played
Because
Fortune Street single
if you don't
player
have
and-
friends, there's no point in playing.
Yeah, I'd agree with
Oh
that.
man, you played Fortune Street single player? That I feel sorry.
It's like playing Monopoly by yourself.
I was trying to get my friends into it because it's too much to get into. But basically, my friends and I, before even knowing about Fortune Street, created Monopoly with stocks, and the fact that I saw it actually
That's what Fortune Street is.
exactly. So I tried to get them into the game. For some reason, they don't want to frickin' play it, and it drives me nuts. But whatever.
So at 112 we have Donkey Kong Country Returns, the worst of the Donkey Kong Country games.
Yeah, I didn't really like this one all that much.
I'm gonna have to strongly disagree.
No. I know. I generally enjoyed the game, but compared to the Super Nintendo trilogy and Tropical Freeze, it's just the weakest one.
You like Tropical Freeze, right?
Yeah.
Okay. It's just
Okay.
a lot of I felt that the level design was kind of obnoxious, and I hate that freaking super guide pig. I hate him so much because he pops up after you die like 3 times, and you make the game hard, and then you're gonna taunt me about it? No, screw you, Retro. No.
Don't you love that Rocket Barrel music?
I'm torn on that remix in Smash because it's a really good remix. I hate those rocket barrels. I hate them so much.
Yeah, I don't I'm honestly can't believe I find it strange that you guys hate this game so much, or just
No, I
dislike
don't hate
it so much. I should say.
No, I don't even dislike it. I just say it's the weakest.
This is much better than Donkey Kong Country 3, in my opinion.
Oh, boo,
I will honestly
boo.
say I have not played the
Let's
Donkey
get
Kong
Nathan
Country
in.
3. I
Let's get
played
Nathan
Donkey
in
Kong
here.
Land 3, and I was not impressed with Land 3 at all.
That's your problem. You're playing the Game Boy version.
Well, that's the only access I had to it as a kid. So and I've gone back and played the others, and I just have no interest in Donkey Kong Country 3. And
Don't you want to play Kiddy Kong?
if I remember correctly, when I was first doing Game Explain stuff, we had this whole Top Games of the Year thing that we used to do. We don't really do it much anymore. I believe I put this above Galaxy 2
Really?
because it came out the same year.
No.
I love the game that much. It had such a great challenge. I love the graphics. It was great style. And it really did come down to the challenge. It was just classic 2D platforming that really connected with me. And I never had any problem with the motion controls like you guys did. I just played
No, well,
straight
no,
out. It
no,
was tons of fun for me.
I didn't really like having to shake to roll. That was frustrating.
What was wrong with the button press?
Like having okay, if you need to put the option in there because you need to have it be playable with a standard Wiimote, whatever. But why can't they just plug in the classic controller and use the Y button? Really?
That does, yeah, I would agree with that. To have the option would have been better, and it's nice they have that for the Donkey Kong Country Returns 3D. The biggest problem I had with the game was that the enemies were just completely uninspired. The Tiki masks were just dumb and didn't really connect with me at all. And unfortunately, they did improve that with Tropical Freeze. But no, I really did enjoy Returns. I love the challenge. I don't remember the pig popping up that much, so.
Well, maybe I just suck, but I hate that. I hate that thing. I hate it. So
I was about to say, knowing your skill at times, Stud.
Ouch.
Middle fingers raised in the air, both of them.
Oh, we're number one. Hear that, Ryan?
Well, maybe you should actually try playing the game for the channel. Then we'll see how bad you are.
No, I recorded my Donkey Kong quota, so yeah. On that game, okay, that game's not on the list. That bothers me. Hold on, I need to check. Donkey Kong. No, wait, never mind. I lied. Jungle Beat is on the list. Okay, and it's higher than this, so yes.
I never played Jungle Beat, but.
Well, we'll get to it when it's.
What about is Donkey Kong 94 on here?
I think so. I think so. It is.
Yeah,
it's up. It's up
okay,
pretty
good.
high, so.
All right,
I don't want to spoil too much.
At number 111, we have Balloon Fight, which is a boring as hell arcade game.
Never played it.
I'm surprised here's the start of games that don't really deserve to be on the list, but are there just because of what I think is probably just some dumb
nostalgia goggles.
Nostalgia legacy,
goggles, but what's its historical significance? Although Balloon Fight isn't really all that significant, it just keeps on popping up for some reason.
Yeah.
What kind of start is this? They start out the thing was Balloon Fight is a Joust ripoff. Okay, and it's a very good one. Yeah, they say that, but right now you're admitting that it's just a ripoff, and that strikes me as very odd when you're doing a top list. It's like, yeah, it's good, but it's a ripoff.
I've never really played it.
No, I've never played Balloon Fight, so I have no opinions. I've never even played Joust, so
I've played Balloon Fight a little bit. It's boring. It's very, very boring.
Yeah,
you just go around and try and bop on people, la-di-da.
Is this something that would be better multiplayer? Maybe.
No, not really.
Well, it's meant to be multiplayer, but I can see it getting better if you
boring.
I liked the Balloon Fight minigame in Nintendo Land at the very least. That was fun.
That's because it had an actual challenge to it, I suppose.
Yeah, but the music's nice, I guess. Do 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 do. Okay, but I guess other than that, I just don't have much to say about it.
Yeah, same here.
Yeah, so moving on to 110, we have Sin and Punishment on N64. It's all right, yeah.
The controls bothered me. I couldn't get my mind around them.
That is the hardest part, especially I think it's obviously designed for an N64 controller, and you're trying to play with the classic, and it just, boy, does it not work. But it was really cool that we actually got it eventually, because there was no reason for us.
It was Japan only for a long time.
Yeah, there was no reason it wasn't. It should have been Japan only, because everything was in English. It is kind
of an out there game, though.
Oh yeah, that's without a doubt. But I don't know. I can definitely see it becoming a cult classic if it had been released here. Hell, it became a cult classic even not being released here.
It did get a sequel, which isn't on the list. I own Sin and Punishment. I own the sequel, and I played it a bit. I don't know. I couldn't get into that one either.
Yeah, I owned that one. I for some reason I just did not play it as long, even though the controls were definitely better.
I think the thing about the sequel is that even though you're blowing stuff up, it didn't really feel like your attacks had any punch to them, which is important in a game like this.
Mm-hmm.
But that's at least what I felt, anyway.
It's been so long since I've played either of them, I can't really remember.
I just remember being unique that you can walk around and jump and avoid damage as you're going around. So it was unique. It was just I'm not much of a bullet hell guy. I'm not good enough at him.
So I guess moving on to 109, Wave Race 64.
I've never played this, or the GameCube Wave Race either.
It was fun for what it was back then, but honestly, I never found it too terribly interesting.
I never played either of them either. The closest I got to them, because I didn't have an N64 at the time, was what was that game called? Nope, not coming to me. It was done by the same guys who did ATV Off Road Fury, which I played a lot of with my father. And then I found this wave racing one, which I had a lot of fun with. I just can't remember the name of it offhand. But I don't know. These racing games can be a lot of fun, especially
It's a racer, but you're on
water.
Wave bikes.
Yeah, the waves
Wave
actually
bikes.
do change up how you race, which is
Yeah.
always nice.
Yeah, but I mean it's a fairly standard racer otherwise.
Oh
So.
yeah. Oh well. Why didn't he show up in Smash?
This
Oh,
He
who's
had
the
a
wave race
trophy.
guy?
Yeah, he had a trophy in Melee.
Eh,
Yeah, I know.
Ted, you're up.
108's Banjo-Tooie, and this pissed me off because this is one of my all-time favorite games. Like, if I was to pick a top three, this would be
Is Kazooie further up?
Kazooie. No, Kazooie is in obnoxiously farther up because
Well,
I think that this game
okay.
is better than way better than that one.
I personally don't feel that way, but
Well, you don't even like the original Kazooie all that.
I like the first one okay.
Well, I think that this game's it's just better.
I think it's too big for its own good.
No, not really. Because here's the thing: the game is big, yes, but the game is also incredibly convenient in that there are warp points all over the place.
No, there are war points, but I still think it's too big.
I don't see why people think that way because it's way better designed than Kazooie was. It's way more open. The world is interconnected as opposed to just being a random selection of levels strewn about in arbitrary places. It feels a lot like a Metroidvania in a way, and I really like that sort of game design. And it's just the graphics in this game are great, even though it makes the frame rate go to
Slow down.
yeah, the frame. That's why I really want to get the XBLA port at some point in my lifetime, so I can play it in 60 frames. It's just I think I feel like people complaining about the game being too big or backtracking are kind of missing the point of what this type of game is to begin with.
Ted, what about Canary Mary?
Okay, that mini game is really obnoxious, but let's be honest, every game, even the very best games, have points like that that just make us upset. Ocarina of Time has the water temple, so on and so forth.
Mm-hmm.
This is just one of my. I feel maybe it's because I played this one before the original Kazooie, but I feel like this is criminally low. Because I didn't expect this to be in the top 10 by any means, but not even before 100. That's just sad.
Well, Ted, if you want to get to 2E, you better get Kazooie done.
Or I could just record 2E first because it's the better game.
No,
I've only ever played Kazooie.
because Kazooie, the game mentions the first one a lot, so.
Yeah, I've only ever played Kazooie, and I really did enjoy that game. I thought the whole idea of losing all your notes or having to recollect everything if you died.
Yeah, my biggest problem with Kazooie 1 was just that there was too much to collect.
Yeah, I never actually beat it. I got pretty far. I got to that one level with I think the sub and the poison water or something like that. Where you had these like death traps when you go into the trip.
Rusty Bucket Day.
That might be it. And I just kept dying and I kept getting frustrated. I was like, I'm done.
Well, that's part of that's part of the reason why I think 2E is a better designed game. Because
I freely admit that that's one thing 2E does get better.
It's these types of games you're not playing to be challenged. You're playing for the adventure and the exploration.
Yeah.
So it's just like why you didn't need lives. Let's get rid of the lives. Finding 100 notes in each level is annoying. Okay, we'll put them in packs of 5. So now you only have to find I think it's
20.
No, not 20 because there was a 20 pack of notes. So you really only,
Whatever.
So you only have to find like 17 notes in every stage as opposed to 20. And instead of having to find 7 Mumbo tokens in order to use Mumbo, you only have to find 1 Globo, which is always really close to Mumbo's house and stuff like that. They streamline everything. I also feel like the writing and the presentation is better because there's barely.
Grunty doesn't rhyme every sentence.
Well, that's because 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 her sisters were getting annoyed by her rhyming, and she said,
More
"Okay,
like
fine."
more like I'm sure it was just annoying to rhyme.
Yeah, well,
Right.
here's the thing: they make it humorous in the way that she's like, "Okay, fine, I'll stop rhyming." It's annoying people, and it's just I feel like in pretty much in almost every way, I feel like this game is an improvement. So
It's something I hope
I
to pick up after in time because, like I said, I did enjoy Kazooie. It just wore me down after a while. So
yeah. So I wouldn't recommend, if that's the case, I wouldn't recommend playing this right after Kazooie, because then you'll get worn out. But yeah, I wasn't expecting this to be in the top 10. I would have hoped top 50 at the very least, though.
Nope, not even.
But here's something that'll probably make Ryan upset, because the next one is 107 Kirby Superstar, and
they have
No,
a,
I disagree with its placement, but
Yeah,
I mean,
this is
ultimately, I know what I'm getting to with an IGN list. So
yeah. Well,
Yeah.
here's the thing though. This is
they have a
weird.
typo.
'Cause yeah. It says Kirby Superstar Saga, so maybe they were thinking Mario and Luigi. But the thing is that this is a lot of people's favorite Kirby game, so I was surprised that this wasn't higher. Because because honestly,
Kirby's on the ship and he's like totally owning everything.
It's really the basis for all Kirby's. Like him changing like what he looks like and a lot of the abilities. It really strikes me as odd that it's so low.
Yeah, and just to get this out of the way, I'm not going to spoil which ones, but the only two other Kirby games above it are not better than Superstar. And like I'm not really too big on Superstar. I prefer Kirby 64 and Triple Deluxe over it. And
Oh,
Kirby
Triple Deluxe is fantastic.
Sure, those I really like those ones, and Nightmare in Dreamland. I really like that too.
GBA
But
for it.
Superstar is still a good game, and I really enjoy it. I was just I'm just surprised that it didn't even break 100, considering it's most people's favorite Kirby.
It does a good job of breaking up the action. You never really like. You're always doing something a little different. Yeah, you're still having that same basic Kirby gameplay, but each different mode had you doing something a little bit different, and I think that's why a lot of people like it because Kirby after a while, like I like Kirby's Adventure, but by the fifth or sixth world, I'm just like, okay, let's get a move on because the challenge isn't quite there, and I've seen all the powers by this point. It's just like it sort of just wears me down. But with Superstar, I never felt that way because I was always doing something a little different.
The thing about Kirby Superstar that I think I would have changed is that Kirby Superstar has a lot of really great ideas, but I feel like none of them get fleshed out completely. Because you're always by the time it really gets into the swing of something, the game's over and you're onto a completely different mode. Like I would have loved to see what they could have done with a full entire game worth to Revenge of Meta Knight or Milky Way Wishes or something like that.
Who are you talking to, sir? The devil himself. Really?
Well, that's who you'll be talking to in a second.
Yeah, I love Revenge of Meta Knight just for the bickering between Meta Knight and his henchmen.
Yeah, that's pretty awesome.
That and it's probably one of the most amusing Nintendo stories ever. Meta Knight gets fed up with DDD being an idiot, decides to take over.
They make it. I can't remember. Do they make it? They make him darker in the U.S. version for some reason. Because in Kirby, because in the Japanese version, DDD really is awful at being a king, and so Meta Knight's just like, okay, I'm moving in. Time for the only competent person in this universe to take over, and Kirby's just like, huh? What? Oh, guys.
Another excuse for a genocidal rampage.
Of course, why not? He's just so cute. You can't. How could you blame a little guy like him?
Because Kirby knows he can get away with it.
Exactly. He's the Dexter of the Nintendo universe.
So 106, we have Pilot Wing 64 flying around.
I haven't played this one.
As I said before, I haven't played it. I hear it's really good, and a lot of people who have played this really enjoy it, but it's really not my thing.
It never really caught my interest.
Apparently, there's no planes in this game. Like, you can fly in all sorts of random stuff, but there isn't a plane.
Yeah, it's it's like a gyrocopter and a jetpack and all this other stuff, but no planes. And the only other thing I can think of, it had the one of the characters was sort of based on the Nestor from Nintendo Power.
So it's like the 7 AM characters in Spinball.
Yeah,
Their one
exactly.
time, their one time of actually getting into a game.
Well,
Yeah.
Nestor had Nestor's Funky Bowlin'.
On the Virtual Console, which nobody played.
You mean
You
the
mean the
Virtual
Virtual
Boy?
Boy?
Virtual Boy, yeah, same thing. Not really, but
No.
I screwed up. Oh well. But yeah, I don't think it was the actual name, but yeah, it was technically Nestor. The design was very similar, and yeah, I guess it's something of note at least that I know about the game. But I can't. I will say, well, having never owned a SNES until recently, I never played Mario Paint number 105, and
Arf, meow, meow, meow.
and
I've never
I couldn't
played
get
this.
into it.
Well, here's the thing. I've never played Mario Paint, but the things that people can do with that music maker are just incredible.
Yeah.
I think between like I think 2007 to 2009, all I basically did in my free time was look up Mario Paint remixes. It is, I love those things so much.
It's more impressive for what other people can. It's more impressive to me for what other people can do than what I can do myself. Because I'm hopeless when it comes to creative stuff like this, especially drawing or music or anything like that. I know how to write.
No art. I don't have any artistic ability in my body, so I
Yeah.
couldn't. I can't create anything with it, but it's nice to see other people do it. So I'm just wondering, why haven't they made a Wii U Mario Paint yet? It would fit so well because the tablet seems like it would be perfect for this sort of drawing and music stuff, and you could post your things over Miiverse or whatever. You just like make it a $10 download thing, and Nintendo would just get all of the money. So yeah.
Yeah, I think a lot of people have mentioned that. It's really surprising they haven't done it. I do know that
Because
that,
Nintendo doesn't like to listen to its fans. They never do the sensible thing.
exactly. I do know that apparently that the what's that Mario Creator or whatever it is
Mario
that was-
Maker? Was
Mario
that it?
Maker.
Yeah.
It has a couple of the icons from Mario Paint in it, but that's as far as they've gotten as far as references.
Oh, you mean make your own Kaizo level?
Yes.
Everyone knows that's all it's going to be.
Well, you can attach Koopa wings to Hammer Brothers. So yeah, you've just created the most dangerous thing on the planet.
No, on a stack of Hammer Brothers.
Oh, that's true.
It's an endless barrage of Hammer Brothers.
No, I want to make a level where just in blocks at the very beginning it says "Welcome to Hell," and then it's just floods and floods and floods of Hammer Brothers.
That'd be awesome. But that game could be good. Yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
In 104, we have another creative thing that we never got because it's for the 64 DD. Mario Artist Talent Studio. Nothing to say because never played or even heard of it.
It's a
Yeah.
Mario DD. It's a Nintendo 64 DD, which never came out. So yeah,
Just reading the little blurb here, where it was a unique brand of humor and focus on character creation, inspired everything from Mies to Tamagotchi Life. So it got this place because it's influential more than actually fun, I'm assuming.
probably. Which is, I wish that they just stuck to games that people would have actually played, but whatever.
This-
It's
The only
IGN.
thing I like about Tamagotchi Life is the singing thing you could do.
Yeah, that was fun.
No, I played Tamagotchi. I've kind of cooled off on it down, but I played that pretty much all summer. So I did like that.
Well, have you seen the Professor Oak me singing that? That wasn't the time to use that.
No, but you're gonna need to show me that later.
Now isn't the time to use that.
No, people really got into Tamagotchi Life. I was really surprised, and I still get people asking, play it more, and I'm like, I'm kind of done. I've moved on. Sorry.
Yeah, it's just I found that it wasn't as funny once all the people on my island already got married. Although a really funny thing happened where I had a mix of people I knew and video game characters. So Ryan, you ended up marrying Mia Fey, and John ended up marrying Maya Fey, and then you both got divorced, and now you're dating John's ex. So yeah,
it's those kind of funny situations that really makes it.
Then
shine.
it's just like The Sims. So
Yeah. So, oh well.
I had this strange compulsion to get rid of everything in my house that wasn't made out of wood. Oh well, locks the doors, sets everything on fire. There, now everything will be toasty warm. What? you. Let's be honest. The only reason you play The Sims is to be a dick.
Oh yeah.
no. Sometimes you do it to watch how wealthy and influential they can grow, and then be a dick and drown them in their own pool.
We are cruel gods.
Well, that's the point. You're God. You can do whatever you want with no repercussions.
Oh boy.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. So
Interesting
back to
choice.
the list.
Yeah.
103 is New Super Mario Brothers Wii. It's a okay. Let's get it out. It is a functional, solid game, and
Hmm.
it is. It is. It probably has inspired a lot game design a lot more in recent years than I think many other games. Because without this, we wouldn't have like Rayman Origins or Kirby's Return to Dreamland or any of those other games that push the 4-player multiplayer at all.
Actually,
Now,
you
to me, this is just the beginning of the Mario spam for me.
it is kind of like that, but you were asking earlier if you ever played through these games just 2-player, and this actually I just remembered this is actually the one that I did that on because I could not get into the game single player. It's just too samey for me. I just could not bother to care in the slightest. But then I had a neighbor in my apartment who was really into it. Was like wanted to check it out. I was like, okay, I'll play with you, and we powered through the entire game, got everything, and I actually had a lot of fun. So I think 2 players is the sweet spot for games like this.
Yeah, because if you have 4, it's pretty much impossible to play because everybody's bumping around everywhere and power ups are going, and every time somebody gets hit, the screen pauses for just that fraction of a second so they can go whoop whoop whoop, and it is
Obnoxious.
aggravating beyond like the third world when things actually start getting even a little bit challenging.
Yep. But I've had my fun with it, but it's telling that I could not play the game by myself. I needed somebody there with me.
Yeah, it's just kind of It's there.
Oh, 102 is Ryan's favorite game.
I kind of get the hate for this game, and I kind of don't. Because
Skyward Sword.
I never had trouble with the motion controls at all. Never. That's gonna keep making me laugh. And no, I never had trouble with it. It's extremely limiting. It's very linear, and the intro takes forever. There are some
So much padding.
yeah, it is full of padding, but there are things like I enjoyed some of the
The
boss
dungeons
designs.
are great.
Yeah,
Why can't we get more of those?
the bosses were good. The dungeons were good.
Not so much the bosses.
Some of the bosses were really cool, like that.
I imprisoned fight 4 fucking times.
yeah, the imprisoned he sucks, but the giant sword wielding guy that you actually took the sword from and
Yeah, that
beat the
that
hell
one
out
was
of him.
pretty. That one was pretty cool. But I mean, a lot of them were just kind of
Yeah.
I did like some of the new items, like the whip and the beetle.
Mhm.
But I mean, it's just like everything that needed to be changed for a Zelda game didn't get changed, and everything that didn't need changing is what did get changed.
Yeah. I can, like I said, I can totally see that. But for whatever reason, I was hooked enough that I collected every heart piece. I got all the extras and completed the game. I don't know what it was, but something hooked me about this game, and so I can't bring myself to hate it. I wouldn't call it.
So
It's not
many
the best,
you-
but it's fine.
So many you must prove your worth scenarios. Bitch, I've already been chosen as the hero. Just give me the impenetrable shield. Why do I need to beat 8 bosses in a row?
Because
I haven't
you're just
played
not
this
good
one.
enough.
I haven't played this one, so I have nothing to say.
Why do I need to go back through the first dungeon to get you a cup of water?
Because that is the best water of all the land. I do like what it did for the lore, though. Nice to see. I'm a sucker. I'm a sucker for that kind of thing. Where it's nice to see an explanation for why Ganondorf is eternally reborn or just so hard to get rid of.
There's a
That sort of
76% chance that Ryan will disagree with that statement.
Fi is terrible. Yeah.
Does she still talk like that in Hyrule Warriors?
Yes, but not as much.
Okay.
It's more as a cute reference than anything else.
Okay.
And
But yeah, honestly, this is the first of the ones I've played. Anyway, I haven't played every Zelda game. Of the first, like, legitimately bad ones.
I
just generally think it's a bad game.
No, I'd say it's a how do I want to put this? it's a good game that has major problems. Is how I want to put it. Maybe it's because it's I don't want to think. I want to say to myself that it's not because it's a Zelda game that I'm saying that. But I honestly did have fun. Maybe if I go back and play it again, and now that I've done everything, it'd be much more of a slog for me. But as of right now, after playing it one time, I did enjoy myself. But I'm not going to begrudge you for hating it. I will totally.
Let me just put it this way: it's the only Zelda game I've put down.
Did you ever finish
multiple times? No, I finished it, but I had to put it down and come back to it.
Mm-hmm.
Because by the time I got to that third imprisoned fight, I'm like, no. Or when I had to go through the first dungeon again just to get a cup of water, I'm like, no.
No, the only one I did that for...
Or had to go through those goddamn tier missions again. I'm like, no. Stop.
Yeah.
Just let me go to the next dungeon.
Oh, well. But... we're almost into the top 100, guys.
Well, 101's a game I really like. Excite Bike. Woo!
Yep, I played this on the NES.
It's for what it is, I think it's pretty much the best. It does what it wants to do, pretty much the best it could possibly be. It's just a fun little arcade racy game that you probably won't play for more than like 20 minutes at a time, but it's a fun 20 minutes when you do.
Yeah.
Which version of that had the kind of the level editor?
All of them do.
Oh, they do?
You just can't save it because it's an NES cartridge.
Right.
Never played it, so really don't know.
It's a fun little game,
Yeah.
It's got just enough depth to not be completely mindless, which I think helps.
Yeah.
So it's just.
It's just kind of basic. So.
Yeah, I think
nowadays it couldn't carry anything on its own, but it might be fun as a fun little bonus, like, in the next Mario Kart, beat all the cups, unlock it, as a kind of a mini game thing you can do on the side.
Yeah, I think this is actually pretty much a pretty good spot on it on the list. Actually, one of the first times this has actually happened. But it's a fun little thing, and I think it continues on through Nintendo's sort of history for a reason.
Yeah, well, it'd be cool. It's cool that we got a DLC track for it in the new Mario Kart 8 DLC.
Yeah. Hopefully the musical track for that is a remix of the title screen.
Oh, that'd be awesome.
Dun, 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 dun. Love that track. Okay, so
number 100, we have a game that no one in the West played, the original Fire Emblem.
Now here's the thing, I'm not even a huge Fire Emblem guy, but even I can tell that the artwork that they have on the banner is from the second Fire Emblem game and not the first, because it's got the green haired dude instead of Marth.
Yeah, it was like, that's not Marth.
Yeah. Here's the thing. This is one of the only two Fire Emblem games on this list. Guys can probably guess.
Awakening.
The second one. So
how is Path of Radiance not on here?
Yeah,
Path of Radiance is fantastic.
Or what's it called? The seventh one, just Fire Emblem, or
or just Fire Emblem. Yeah.
Yeah. So,
once again, it's a legacy choice, and it's an odd legacy choice because again, it's something most Americans have never played.
It's weird too, because from what I can tell from the Fire Emblem fans I've talked to, the DS remake of this one, Shadow Dragon, isn't really all that good. It's just sort of a very archaic title because of how, it's based off of an NES game, and historically, it's significant, but there's only so much you can do with that. Really. Yeah.
I don't know how I feel about legacy choices.
Well, if you're not on board with them, you're gonna hate the rest of this list.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
So now that we've cracked the top 100, we have Luigi's Mansion, a game I really do enjoy, but I think it should be a little bit higher, but not too terribly high.
I'd say right around 90 would be perfect for it.
Yeah, maybe 80s,
I would say mid 70s.
Yeah,
because this is a really fun game. It's definitely
and oddly enough, it kind of introduced a lot of stuff for the Mario series.
Yeah, it definitely
character-wise.
Yeah, well, this is the first game in which Luigi has a definable personality. And the game really, this is necessary.
For a launch title, the game looked really great.
Yeah, it's basically a tech demo for the GameCube.
Yeah. No, it's funny how it's become. When it first came out, people just did not know what to think about it, and just as far as I could tell, mostly ignored it. And it sort of got that proper resurgence that it deserved because there were enough people that did like it, and enough people going back to play it, and they realized that a lot of the merits that it had. Now I'm one of those because I skipped over it when it first came out. I I think I had Smash at the time. I had Smash and Rogue Squadron, and so I was like, okay, I don't need to bother with Luigi. um, and
Pikmin?
no, I didn't have Pikmin. I didn't get Pikmin. I didn't get Pikmin. Didn't get Pikmin till later. But no, I mean, I have gone back and played it. It's fantastic. I will say that Dark Moon is better, but
don't worry about that. Don't worry about that. That's up there too. So yeah, but yeah, I think this is a fun little game. I think
yeah, solid choice.
It's also the best Ghostbuster game ever made.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah,
basically.
Although I did enjoy that licensed one, that the Ghostbusters actual game on the PS3 and Xbox 360. I had some fun with that one, but that's a completely different subject.
So 98, we have Picross DS. Never played.
I mean, this type of puzzle game I could never really get into. It's just a little bit like this and Sudoku. It's a little bit too, I don't know, like dry for me. I need bright colors.
Yeah, I hear people like praise this game up and down, but I've never even attempted to get into it just because it just does not look like my type of game, and I got enough games to play.
It's a very left-brained type of puzzle game, so you really need to kind of have the right mindset for it. But I think if you do have that mindset, you'll probably eat a game like this up. So. Anyway, number 97 is another game that's criminally low, Metroid Fusion.
Yeah, that's an odd. No, I should be higher.
Yeah. Like this is my I think I've got this is my personal favorite Metroid game. A lot of people I don't Prime wasn't going to be on this list, but I know a lot of people don't like that it's so linear. To me, it's just a fantastic game. That's so enough.
Yeah, it's a great game. I really enjoyed. I enjoy Zero Mission a bit more, but
I love Zero Mission too. I go back and forth with that in this a lot.
It was really the perfect double feature with Prime. You had the classic, you had this brand new idea with 3D and whatnot, and then you had this continuation of the story with Fusion. And yeah, it was a bit more linear, but it was still Metroid. It was a lot of fun, and
it's just so
different.
Polished. It's so polished. You feel like it's I think it's a lot of Metroidvania type games is the escalation in power. And I think that Fusion starts off great because at the beginning of the game, Samus is probably the weakest she's ever been because you take tons and tons of damage from even the smallest mooks, and at the end of the game, you're basically God mode. So that's I think part of why Metroid Fusion it's such a power trip by the time you get to the end.
We really need a sequel
also
to this game.
Yeah. No, yeah, we need a Metroid 5.
Well, we need a new Metroid in general.
Yeah, it's. I think it's Other M. I don't want to start a flame war. I think people are too harsh on it. It does have problems, but I feel like it's been enough time for them to make another Metroid game.
I'm willing to assume that Other M is not on this list, so I would just say
it's not. It's not on the list.
So I would just say the gameplay is fine. The story is terrible.
Yeah, the story's pretty. I defend certain aspects of the story, but as an overall package, it's pretty bad. So, yeah.
So number 96, we have Mario Tennis.
Hold on, I need to check something because I've never really played the Mario. When it comes to Mario sports games, I've never played Mario Tennis. But okay, yeah, this is the only Mario Tennis game on the list. So if you like the RPG one, I guess it sucks to be you.
Sorry, Skype was screwing up for me. What?
This is the only Mario Tennis game on the list. So if you like Power Tennis or whatever the GameCube one was,
I like Power Tennis a bit more, if only because you can have traditional tennis with a bit more of the Mario flair.
Yeah.
If you wanted.
Yeah. I've never really played any of the tennis games.
Yeah, and then you have the RPG one on the Game Boy Color, which was kind of like not Mario Tennis at all. It should have just been like Tennis Club.
Yeah.
It's like Mario does show up at the very, very end, but
I've never really played any of the Mario sports games.
They're great. They're great fun, especially the ones on GameCube. And hopefully they continue with the 3DS ones because I like the 3DS ones too. But they're good arcade sports fun. So if you want something that's like not like the super simulation type stuff that you get every year. This is a good place to go.
Yeah. And of course, this one's notable for introducing Waluigi, who
Meh.
everybody hated that character when he was first introduced.
It's weird. He's gone like it's a really sudden spike in popularity. I don't know what game caused it, but he suddenly became one of the most popular spin-off characters in the Mario franchise, and I don't know where that came from.
Well, I think it's because of things like Brawl in the Family just making him really, really bizarre.
And
I
that
think it
ended
just
up
wore
being
people down.
Yeah, well, that ended up being... Here's the thing, he was just kind of there in a lot of the games, and then he ended up being this really flamboyant, kind of nuts character in later ones, and I think that's what helped.
Yeah, him doing his little spinny dance in Mario Golf.
Yeah.
3DS.
Yeah.
I still remember you posted that. It's like, Waluigi, what are you doing?
Wasn't he also the one that does the suck it pose during Mario Strikers?
Oh, yeah, he does the crotch chop.
The chop.
Wait, actually, hold on a moment. I need to check something. Is that on the list? Super Mario Strikers? No, Super Mario Strikers is not on the list.
I would put Strikers above tennis. I love Strikers.
Oh, damn it. Seriously, IGN. What the hell? And wait, hold on. Now I gotta check to see
Ted, can you do the overly long goalless Toad?
Not for very long.
That wasn't overly long at all.
Mario Superstar Baseball isn't on the list either. The hell, IGN. Seriously. Oh. Okay, that's frustrating. Anyway, number 95 is Blast Corps, which I never played.
Never played.
Never played, but I've heard very good things. It seems like something very simple, like you'd only pick up and play for maybe an hour or so. Because all it is destroying stuff in order to make sure a nuke doesn't go off, and just getting progressively, more insane toys to play with. So I can see why it has a bit of a fan base, and 95 seems pretty appropriate for that. Where it's it's not the greatest game of all time, but it's simple fun, and 95 seems pretty appropriate for that.
Now, well, only 5 spots lower than where the first game was. We have 94, Luigi's Mansion Dark Mood.
This is BS.
Yeah, I'd jump this up to like 50, 60, 50 somewhere, because this is an outstanding game.
Yeah.
Well, maybe not outstanding, because some of the things, there were some parts of this game that really annoyed me, like the boss where you had to shoot the bombs into his mouth. That really irritated me. But overall, it's just it was so much fun to play.
It was a step up from the original. I liked the different mansions. It felt, I don't know, it really felt like it improved. And once again, Luigi's personality just shone through in this game and really gave it a sense of character that you don't really see much from Mario games anymore. And I think that's why so many people loved it. And look at Kid Icarus Uprising. People love that game. It has its flaws, but people love it because of its personality. Same thing here with Dark Moon. It has so much personality.
Oh yeah, speaking of Kid Icarus Uprising, not on the list.
What?
Kid Icarus Uprising is not on the list. Yep.
Well, do you know what I really like about Luigi's Mansion Dark Moon, though?
What's that?
You could constantly slam Toad's face on the wall.
You can drop him into the bottomless pits over and over again, and he'll just keep on coming back. Which in some ways I think could be hell, but it's just funny if you just want the catharsis factor.
You're never going to beat Captain Toad. You're just going to keep walking him into pits.
Did they ever make toys of the little Pulcher pup? Because that thing's adorable.
I think he was part of that Luigi statue.
He was part of that Luigi statue.
Oh yeah, the one that sold out within like a week.
Yeah, I never got mine.
It was like 1,200 coins and had no chance of, building up to.
Yeah, I was so close. I think it was like 200 coins off and missed out on it. I was so disappointed.
It was like the only decent thing to ever come to the Nintendo, Club Nintendo. I mean, the American Club Nintendo. Sorry.
Yeah, the Japan and Europeans get all the cool stuff.
Yeah. Jeez, but no, I am strongly against Dark Moon being so low on this list. I think it at least should be in the top 50. I really enjoyed it.
Well, because I know I'd play it before number 93, the original Mario Brothers.
Yeah, I got so sick of this game because it was on every freaking advance game.
Oh, I mean, it's fun. I'm not going to deny that, but Very
It's like
simple.
it's like Balloon Fight for me. It just gets really boring really fast.
I got my fill back in the day when playing Super Mario Brothers 3.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
it's
mean,
like as a one-time mini game, okay, whatever. But it's it's fun.
It-
But if you play for more than 15 minutes, you're gonna get bored really quickly. I
yeah,
found.
that's just no. This being higher than Dark Moon, no. This being on the list instead of Kid Icarus Uprising, no.
Nah, Banjo Tooie. Sorry.
Wow, Uprising's not on the list. That is amazing to me. That's
Yep.
stupid and kind of amazing, but it's still amazing.
Especially when you compare IGN's review scores, where like Uprising is rated higher than many of the games they did end up put on this list. It's just funny.
Whatever.
So number 92, we have Pokemon Snap.
Okay, now I never actually played this one. For whatever reason, I just never had it back in the day.
It's a fun little idea
hmm
that was okay for the N64. It's kind of an experiment. I do agree though that now would be the perfect time to bring it back. Because the gamepad would work well as a camera, kind of.
Or
a
they
mock
could
camera.
do or 3DS with the VR
Yeah.
thing.
Yeah.
That could be cool because then you could take.
But also because the graphics have finally not sucked. You could do all sorts of really cool nature stuff and bring Pokemon into the high definition 3D graphics.
There's all that plus Pokemon Snap only had like what 60 of the original Pokemon in it.
Yeah, you could have so many more.
Exactly. Now we
Yeah.
have up to 700 plus, which would help the game's length quite a bit. You can get some really interesting set pieces with combining all these characters and whatnot. It really does deserve a sequel. I think the placing here is pretty okay. I don't
Yeah,
have any
this
Yeah.
doesn't.
complaints
This
with it.
doesn't seem like it doesn't seem like something that would break the top 50 at the very least.
No, I mean it's definitely something that can be improved upon, and it is a lot of fun. But there's not much to it beyond the basic game.
Yeah, I think a sequel now could be done a lot better and have a lot more to it.
Yep. And I remember so happy getting the picture of Mew.
Remember Blockbuster when you could print out your stuff,
I remember that.
bring in your cartridge and
Well, you can do
pop
that
it
on
into
the Wii Virtual Console port. It's one of the only Virtual Console games to give you added functionality, but you can transfer your pictures over to your SD card if you want.
But Ted, it's not the same as going to your local Blockbuster. Remember video rental stores? Remember video rental stores?
I didn't even enjoy renting video games back in the day, especially Blockbuster. They overcharged the hell out of you.
Yeah.
You get it for 3 days, and here, okay, $15. Might as well just buy the game at that point. So, have you played 91 Pokemon Conquest?
No, I haven't because I didn't know what the other half of the crossover was. It's
Nobunaga's Ambition.
Yeah, it's just I hear it's good. It's just I did not know what to make of it.
It was just kind of too weird of a combination for me.
Ted, I would highly suggest it for you. Especially since you like Awakening.
Yeah,
I really like this game. It's essentially a Pokemon strategy game.
Huh.
It's strategy. You start out with an Eevee. You get to choose what it goes into. There's all
Instant
kinds
buy.
of stuff. Huh?
Instant buy.
Yeah, your starter is an Eevee, and yeah, it has a pretty meaty main mode, and then there's all kinds of these like scenarios that unlock after the game. You could easily put in 100 hours into this game.
Okay,
trying
then
to do
that's
everything.
I know that's normally a selling point. That's scaring me a little bit.
Well, no, the main game you can beat in about 40 hours or so, or 40 or less, maybe even 20. It's been a while since I played, but if you just want to play through the main game and enjoy it for what it is, you can get a complete story in a reasonable amount of time. But if you want to put into all that extra effort, there's enough content there that you can do that.
I might get into it eventually. It's just my backlog, man.
No, I completely understand that, but Conquest
Steam.
Conquest surprised me with how good it was, and actually, since it is a Tecmo Koei game, that's what gave me this is the game that gave me so much confidence for Hyrule Warriors, because I saw that mix of those two work so well the first time. So yeah, if you haven't played this game, I highly recommend it.
Oh well. Anyway, number 90 is the Street Pass.
Where's Emil when you need him?
Now this is just conventions. In summed up, is just everybody huddling around their 3DSs, hoping they have Street Passes. Because man, this is really freaking addicting. I've actually almost completed Find Me 2 all the way through.
And then another update happens.
Well, no, Find Me 2 I don't think is ever gonna get, unless if they make a Find Me 3, which I hope, because like I'm just a couple of rooms away from beating that completely. And then there's also the puzzle swap, which
The second you complete them, another one's gonna come out.
well, here's the thing. I've spent a ton of time just with the base games. I haven't even started with the DLC games. So I don't know how well those hold up, but it's so much fun seeing everybody just huddling around Street Fast, and it's kind of like a weird community in sort of a way.
Hi, I'm Lonk from Pennsylvania.
It's the best.
Hi, I'm Petch from Washington.
It's really fun to do at conventions. I think if you don't go to any kind of conventions, though, these feel kind of pointless unless you live in a city. Like
or if you go to McDonald's a lot.
Yeah. I would not be street passing nearly as much if I didn't go to the occasional convention. That would make these choices kind of pointless to me. I definitely would not put them in the top 100. Yeah, they're addictive, but they're not everybody can play them because of where they live, and I find that is a real problem.
No, I think this is pretty okay where it is, because just it definitely from a design point, this is a very Japan game where they've got where you can get 10 street passes by tripping someplace over there. But it's just I've played. It's a unique type of experience to me. So I think that that deserves it, if not for nothing else.
Yeah, and it's sometimes cool to see who you street pass with, because not this past year, but the year before when I was at E3. At my hotel, I actually street passed with some of the developers from Next Level Games. The guys who did Dark Moon. So it was like, wait, really? And it was, well, that's cool. I had no idea where they were, but they were somewhere in my hotel.
Neat.
But
So number 89, we have Zelda Spirit Tracks. That kind of turned me off at the premise alone.
What, Zelda with trains?
Yeah.
I didn't mind it. I kind of like the idea of Zelda like increasing in technology, maybe getting a little bit more. I hate to use the term, but steampunkish, and
It's a weird jump, though.
to go right to trains after.
Yeah,
that's true. I mean, it doesn't. If you look at Phantom Hourglass and you had a steam-powered boat, it's not too much of a leap to go to trains.
Not
to have a. No, go ahead.
Well, it's just I think people buy the boat a little bit more because of Wind Waker. The train is just something that's completely different. I think aesthetically, even if technologically, it makes sense.
To a degree, the whole fact that it was ancient trains, and the trains were
that good old advanced ancient technology.
Yeah, exactly. And all the tracks actually being what's sealing the big bad of this game. This is one I did not actually finish. I enjoyed what I played, and it definitely controls better than Phantom Hourglass.
I did hear
plays
that.
a lot better. And they made some fixes to it, but again, they did use the same stupid trope where you got to go back to the same dungeon and work your way through. Now, fortunately, you don't have to go back to the same areas, but it's still just okay, I completed this dungeon, now I have to go back up 5 floors in order to unlock the next dungeon. It's needless padding, and it really drags down the game, but Spirit Tracks is significantly better than Phantom Hourglass, and one I want to go back to and eventually finish.
Fair enough. So number 88, we have Smash Brothers Brawl.
Which is actually, I don't want to spoil too much. It's actually below the original Smash Brothers for 64, which I think is just bass backwards.
Yeah.
Because people can complain about like hit stun and floatiness. Brawl still plays better than 64.
Tripping.
Well, okay, ignoring that, it doesn't. At least it controls fluidly. Brawl is really not Brawl. The original Smash 64, if you go back to it, it really does feel very clunky in comparison. And, not that that's a bad game either. It's just this one is better than that one. It's just, it bothers me when people say that. Because I feel like feel like it's spite for Brawl, kind of, I don't know. I don't want to say something and get people upset, but it frustrates me when people say that.
Okay, so 87, Mario Golf Toadstool Tour.
Okay, I really love this game.
Yeah.
It's,
You like it because Pikmin are in the flowers.
I didn't actually know that until a couple of years ago.
What, really?
Yeah, I didn't. I didn't know that.
How weird.
Yeah, well, maybe I just don't suck in Land of the Flowers as much as you do, Ryan.
More like I experiment on the Mario courses because all sorts of weird shit happens.
Yeah, this is just such a good time. It's weird though because you wouldn't think a golf game would be all that interesting, but I played the hell out of this on the GameCube.
Is the original Mario Golf on here at all?
I think that this no the N64 one. I don't
Yeah.
think so.
So many memories with the N64 one. Not because of me playing, but because of my uncle playing it,
What, really?
and him having such a hard time trying to beat Sonny because the bastard would cheat and make a putt from 40 yards away.
Oh my god.
What? Did you get the DLC for World Tour?
Yeah, I did.
Okay,
I
because
did.
that's the Mario Golf 64
Yeah.
courses.
Hmm.
Was it this game or 64 that had the mini golf courses?
The N64 one.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's the only one I've played. I was at a friend's place and we played mini golf.
This
was fun.
this is a really fun game.
Yeah.
I recommend. Well, honestly, I do think that the 3DS game's better. So I'd
Yeah.
recommend picking that up. But it's still a great time.
Hmm.
Hmm.
Yeah, it's kind of weird how the most consistently good sports title from the Mario Golf one is. I mean, the Mario franchise is the golf one.
Yeah, it's definitely the most consistent. You're right. Number 86 is Pushmo. Derek, have you played this?
I played the Pushmo World, but not Pushmo, which from what I could tell, they're essentially the same thing.
Yeah,
I
that's
heard
not
everybody.
on the list. Well, that's not officially out yet, is it? Pushmo
Yeah,
World?
no, it is.
Oh, it is. Okay, well, that's not on the list. This is though.
Yeah,
I like this. It's a fun little puzzle game.
yeah. It's nothing mind blowing or anything like that, but it's simple, addictive, and it can get really tricky.
Yeah, some of the later puzzles, I still haven't beaten all of them, but occasionally I'll load up my 3DS if I'm in like the bus or whatever and try to figure them out. So it does get pretty challenging.
Hmm. I did. I also played Crashmo, which I'm guessing is not on the list either.
I don't think so. I don't remember seeing it. I
they
haven't
did-
tried that one though.
They did change how it plays, where it's more three dimensional, and it's like rather than being able to push and pull the blocks, you can move them side to side, and they're much more of a three dimensional space. It adds a lot of dynamics to the game, and honestly, I think overcomplicates it. So Pushmo is definitely the better of the two.
Okay.
It's nice for a short time, but it's nothing that really addicted me. It's just
Yeah.
fun.
Yeah.
So 85, we have one of the first two games I actually owned, Donkey Kong Country for the Super Nintendo.
I remember playing.
I really enjoyed this game. A lot of it's kind of nostalgia, but
Mhm.
it's a very solid kind of platformer. It doesn't do too much unique, say, a la Mario World, but it's a solid, very good time.
Yeah, it's just a solid platformer. I like I said, never owned an SNES as a kid. I went to my cousin's and played this and beat it the whole way through. Just from several visits, I had my own save file. Really enjoyed it, and was never able to play either of the sequels until later. But it did like convince me to pick up the Donkey Kong Land games, and I know they're inferior, but the Land games are still fun. But I got my Donkey Kong fix at least. But no, Donkey Kong Country is just it doesn't do anything spectacular or new, like as you said, like with World, but it is just solid fun.
I think I think it's just the graphics. I think were part of what drew interest to the game originally, because for an SNES game, this does look really good. I will say that.
For middle of the lifespan, Super Nintendo.
Yeah, because
It's not even a tail end of the system. Kind of excellent graphics. It's the middle of the system's lifespan kind of graphics.
Yeah.
So, interesting choice with 84, Kirby's Adventure.
Yeah, they picked this and not the GBA remake, A Nightmare in Dreamland, which is just better. Honestly, it just I don't get why I don't get the point of putting the inferior version on the list. Really, maybe historical significance, maybe, but it doesn't control as smoothly because you can't dash as easily, and I never liked the way a floating felt before Superstar. It's a solid base for a game. It's just there's a better version. Why not put that on the list instead?
Because I believe this came out directly. This came out directly after Kirby's Dream Land, correct? So this is basically where all the tropes of Kirby came from, as far as powers are concerned. So that's why I'm assuming it made
to me it's essentially the first Kirby game.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because the original Dreamland doesn't really. It's
Kirby, but it's not Kirby.
Yeah,
it's Kirby without powers, which is kind of like Mario without jumping. So.
Mm-hmm. And Adventure is fine. I got the whole Dream collection and played through all of Adventure and really enjoyed it. But like I said, once I started getting towards the end, I just started getting a little tired of it because it just wasn't as much there as I wanted, and the levels became a little samey and saw all of the powers, and I was just sort of playing it to play
UFO is overpowered.
That too.
I'd say play if you want to try it again, try Nightmare in Dreamland because it's just smoother overall. I think it rubs out the kinks in the original a lot. And if your issue with it is that it started getting a little bit repetitive at the end, I don't think that'll change it too much. But I think it fixes the little niggling things a lot. So
yeah, I mean the game is still really fun. It just playing it so much in a row just got tiring for me. That's all.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So number 83, we have Elite Beat Agents, or Osu Tatakai Nan.
Well done. I have Elite Beat Agents. I'm not really much for the music genre, but it is fun and catchy and whatnot. And hey, it inspired Sonic Chronicles Combat.
Yeah.
I think we could go without that.
Yeah. No, it was an interesting system, and it is fun. I was always worried about scratching my system, though.
I've never played this, but it sounds like a touchscreen killer to me. Just because you got to tap it so much.
Touch and drag and everything else, and I hear it like I'd hear playing Elite Beat Agents. I'd hear my stylus scraping against the bottom. I'm like, ooh, I kind of don't want to play anymore because I'm afraid of it. I don't want to screw up my system.
Mm-hmm.
So
number 82, we have 1080 snowboarding. I have a little bit of experience with it, but I was more of the Tony Hawk kid.
I've never played this either. I played some SSX on tour on GameCube. But...
Yeah, I played some SSX.
Yeah, I just played SSX. I never played this one. This and I played Snowboard Kids, but
good. Someone else besides me actually played that.
Oh, I love Snowboard Kids when I went over to my friends. That was tons of fun.
And then I played it at PAX after picking it up, after basically making it work after so long, and it has aged terribly.
Oh, that's a shame.
Yeah, Ryan was not having very much fun when we popped that in.
Yeah.
Because I think we were thinking about playing it for video, and
then stuff. Yeah,
but we had spent so long trying to make sure that it worked that Ryan wanted to play a couple of races just to make sure the thing would function, and he just after that was just like, yeah, no, we're not doing this.
Understandable.
Yes. So Ted, for the next pick, we have you to talk for about an hour.
Number 81, Pikmin. Okay, now here's the thing. This is the only Pikmin game on the list. And
3 is better.
3 is better. You know what? Here's the thing. I love Pikmin 1. Pikmin 1 is, to me, it's... I have so many memories with this game. It is great. I love it to death. It's a unique concept. It's got a very distinct art style. For a launch GameCube game, it looks great. I can sing the praises of it. But Pikmin 3 is better, and that's not on the list, and that frustrates the hell out of me.
The only Pikmin, actually I played all of Pikmin 1 and I really enjoyed it when I finally went to play it. And it really is just a lot of fun. It has just such character and a nice challenge to it and all that. It is a really great game. Went to play Pikmin 2 and I for some reason, maybe I was just Pikmin'd out by that point because I played it one right after the other. And
did you get tired of it? Basically, or
yeah, I got tired of it a bit. Essentially, I was just playing so much Pikmin. I was like, okay, I'm just going to take a break, and I just never came back to Pikmin 2.
That's my thing with Pikmin 2. A lot of people's complaints about the original Pikmin was that it was too short. And to be fair, it is a pretty short game. You can beat it in less than like 6 hours. So that's fair. But I think
you can marathon it in one afternoon if you want.
But I think that when they were making Pikmin 2, they overcompensated by making it way too long. And I felt like that led to a lot of uninspired design in that, for one, all of the overworld levels are just reskins of Pikmin 1 areas, and the dungeons go on forever, and they're not very distinct or memorable in the slightest. So I felt like it
But
didn't.
Louis, you dolt.
But yeah, it just really bothers me that Pikmin 3 isn't on this list because it's essentially everything about the first game but made smoother. I love the control with the Wiimote and nunchuck, and I love the gamepad being able to.
And the pigmen are actually balanced this time.
Yeah, they basically just took out whites and purples, which helps so much. And rock.
Purples are rocks are basically just balanced purple.
Yeah, pretty much. Although I would think for Smash Brothers, I thought it would be a cool visual touch if the purples were replaced by rocks when you played as Elf. I thought that would have been neat.
Probably a little hard to do. But...
Well, no, it would just be a model swap, really. But you know whatever. I can say my fanboy for another time, but yeah, if this is going to be the only Pikmin game on the list, I would have bumped this up way more. But if Pikmin 3 were on the list, I would be okay with where it was. But it's not, so what the hell, IGN?
I need to get Pikmin 3 eventually.
Yeah, you do, man.
It's the best one.
It is the best one.
No, I do plan on getting it, just as Ted says often, massive backlog, man.
Yeah, that backlog. That backlog.
So we're moving on to the fourth page of 9. Number 80 is Diddy Kong Racing for the N64. I had this.
I never played this one all that much. My cousin had it, and I played
it. It debuted Banjo and Conquer.
Yeah. So
it was an interesting little kind of take on Mario Kart. Probably nothing really more.
Well, would you say this is better than Mario Kart 64?
It had more to do, yeah.
I have not. I think I played it a little bit, or maybe it was a demo kiosk that I played at when I was a kid, and I could never get into controls or something like that. But you know, you're a kid and you're playing at the store, you're not going to be able to pick it up right away. So it's something I have to try out later. But it's so tough to go back to kart games because. You know, I didn't have an N64. I always heard about how great Mario Kart was, and then I picked it up on the Virtual Console. I'm like, really?
We can talk about Mario Kart 64 later on. Trust me.
Yeah.
Yay!
Okay.
Same sort of idea, though.
But you know, I've never really tried this one, so I don't have an awful lot to say about it.
Mm-hmm.
The only thing I particularly remember about it is David Wise's soundtrack.
Yeah, he does great music. I will say that.
Yeah, he does.
Him and Grant Kirkhope are, I think, the unsung heroes of the OST world, and Jake Kaufman, him too.
I think I know Kaufman and Kirkhope are getting at least a little bit more recognition anymore.
Yeah.
I think.
Well, David Wise at least came back for Tropical Freeze. So.
Thank goodness, because that was fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
But 79 Smash Brothers
Super
original.
Smash Brothers. Yeah, I would.
Me and you, and you and me.
Commercial aside, I would swap this and Brawl's placement on this list.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, it seems like pretty.
Hold on. I'd bump both of them up and swap their placements.
Yeah, it's still the best commercial Nintendo's ever done.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. The new ad campaign for at least the new ad campaign for Smash 3DS is pretty decent in comparison to Melee's commercial was awful and Wii's was unmemorable.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever even seen the commercial for Melee.
It was the two Japanese guys showing up like we would like to play.
For Melee.
For Melee.
Oh, for Melee, some kid fighting in a cube on his couch, and then it would just show random images. It had no personality to it whatsoever.
Well, it's not like Melee needed a commercial because it was Melee.
Because everyone owned it, but yeah.
True, but still, a nice commercial is always appreciated.
Well, we recently did a Smash Brothers retrospective, so Derek, come on ahead.
As I said, I did not grow up with an N64. I went over to a friend's place to play it, played the heck out of it with his system, and loved it just like everybody else. Just putting down the main first, I have always played as Fox ever since the beginning.
Fox only, Final Destination. No way.
I was so mad when I found out about that. He's this character that's known for doing this tournament level player, and it's become a joke. Like, no, I played him before. I liked him because of the. Maybe a little in this case. No, the reason I picked Fox and I liked him so much is because of his reflector shield. it was so fun to me. Like somebody would toss something at me, and I'd do the reflector shield quick and be able to knock him out. I was like, I have a safety net. Awesome. And that's the only reason I picked Fox. I like how he played, and I like the reflector shield.
I just could never get good with Fox. I don't know. He doesn't fit my playstyle very well.
You're too slow.
No, I love the fast characters. I don't care if they don't hit hard. I like fast characters. But no, just like everybody else, I loved Smash Brothers back in the day. But I will agree that I Brawl is better in my opinion. It does it fleshes it out, and that's once again, it's a legacy choice in my mind. But
Speaking of legacy choices, we have 78 Paper
No,
Mario.
this deserves a spot, especially over some of the stuff we've seen already. You
Probably,
gotta,
yeah.
and some of the stuff we will see in the future. This is, I think, still a very solid, incredibly fun game. I love Paper Mario.
I wanted to play it ever since I saw it in a magazine because I got IGN back in the day.
It had the best free demo. It had the best free demo ever.
Exactly. I love that when I saw the demo, saw the advertisement. It's like free demo. It's just cut out of Paper Mario. I was like, that is awesome. I want to play.
Yeah. I'd put it at least at like number 50, but that might be nostalgia talking. I think it's still a very
It's that in your door on the list.
Yep.
Good.
Yeah.
If it wasn't on the list, I think there'd be riots.
Yeah. No. If it wasn't on the list, I would have punched something. Trust me on this.
Ignore him.
So yeah, we did a playthrough on this. I go on for like about 40 parts explaining how much I love this game, but it's one of my favorites. So I'm glad that it got on here at all. 'Cause I didn't expect it to be too high, but I would have always liked it to be higher.
As a casual Paper Mario fan, this feels like a pretty decent position for it, honestly.
You can never satisfy me though.
Yeah. So number 77, we have Drill Dozer. Didn't play any.
No, I didn't. It at the very least, it's a curiosity since it's one of the only Game Freak games to not be Pokemon.
Yeah.
But I've never played it either.
So moving on, number 76, Kid Icarus.
The original Kid Icarus makes it on the list, but Uprising does not. That really irritates me.
That's a really poor decision because the original Kid Icarus is just brutal. I don't think it's aged very well, control wise. The controls a little iffy. The whole fact that if you go too far up and fall down, you die.
Castlevania syndrome.
Yeah, it's just way too much, and you really have to have a manual for that thing. You got to read through the manual and know what everything does if you're going to make any kind of progress. Because I just went into it blind, like, I can just figure it out. It's Nintendo. No, this game is brutal. It's a classic for a reason. There's a reason, Pit came back eventually, but it is just Uprising is better in every way.
Yeah.
What about Captain N, the Game Master, and Pit's appearance in that?
You mean his?
Didn't they call him Kid Icarus in that?
Yeah.
Yeah, they did, and had to have everything in Icus.
Yeah.
Who's this Icarus guy?
Hi, Tedicus. What are you up to, Kiss?
Shut up, Derek.
Why is Zelda using his sword better? Where does Metroid keep all of his missiles?
Oh boy.
Oh, here's another one of Ryan's favorite series. Number 75 is Animal Crossing Wild.
Well, I'm just not a fan. I'm just not a fan of life sims.
The first Animal Crossing I played was New Leaf, and I did get into it, but I did stop playing after about a month and a half. And I was
and then the game guilt trips you.
Yeah, that's why.
That's why I never started back up again.
That's actually honestly part of why I like Tomodachi Life more than Animal Crossing, is because you can pick it up whenever, and they don't make you feel bad about putting it down for a couple of days and then picking it back up. It's just like it. But if you play Animal Crossing, you put it down for 2 weeks, pick it back up. The game pretty much falls apart. All of your townspeople are angry at you. The place is overrun with weeds. It's miserable. So that's why unless you want to commit, Animal Crossing, I can't recommend it.
Yeah. The only thing that made me want to get an Animal Crossing game before New Leaf was the original, and that was just because you could get all the classic games.
Yeah, but they cut out all the famous ones in the American version. Like, you couldn't get Mario or Zelda or any of that.
Yeah.
But Ted, we all know how much he loves Zelda 1.
We'll get to that when we get to that.
But no, Animal Crossing is a better fit for handhelds. I will say that.
So I guess we will move on to number 74, Metroid, even though Zero Mission's much better.
Oh no,
Yeah,
don't worry about Zero Mission. But it's better. Don't worry about Zero Mission. That's on the list. But
Okay, good.
this is not better than Fusion, by any means. This is not better than
no,
Fusion. Like the original Metroid, I think is probably one of the worst aging games. Like, I think it ages slightly
Well,
better.
it's aged. Yeah, I was about to say it's aged better than Zelda 1 at least.
But that's not saying much. I still think it's like the trying to control Samus just does not feel natural in this at all.
see, I would say Zelda's aged better than Metroid. Metroid, you need a pen and paper to map yourself out. With this game, you need one. With Zelda, you can sort of maybe futz around with it. Yes, guide still helps, but
I think it's more just because there's less secret crap that you need to find in Metroid. Like everything, things aren't hidden behind walls that you don't know that you can bomb or things like that. It's more reasonable to me in that way.
yeah, that makes sense. But I remember I never played the original Metroid, so I got the unlock when I had the Metroid Prime and Metroid Fusion. Played it for a little bit. And I'm like, oh god, this is awful.
Yeah, that was me too.
Put it down.
That was me too. I think you could also unlock it when you beat Zero Mission. I just could not play it. It was just oh man. So again, historical significance, whatever. But couldn't you? It's frustrating when clearly better games are put below their inferior originals, and that's
Yeah.
just the case with Fusion and Metroid.
I'm guessing that Metroid 2 is not on the list.
I do not believe so.
Yeah, that's actually the Metroid game I started with. I got Metroid 2 on the Game Boy, not knowing any idea what it was. Really,
Like you're one of like 5 people who got it.
yeah, I don't own it anymore because stupidly I traded it in at one point, and I was like, "Wow, I got a lot of money for that one," and not realizing why. I'm like, "No, I just don't." I'm so mad about that now. But yeah, I played that game not realizing what it was. Never beat it because I did not know what to do. I just sort of got to a certain point and just would stop every time. But I would go on to say that Metroid 2 is better than Metroid.
I haven't played
I-
it, but so I can't say either way.
So I guess moving on to number 73, NES Remix 2. I had no interest in the remixes because I figured I would just play the original games, and I don't kind of like. I know it's kind of basically just WarioWare, but all classic NES games, but I just didn't have any interest in these.
Yeah, me neither.
I'm surprised they got ranked so high because the general consensus I heard from everybody with these games was, man,
Yeah, that's basically all I heard either. Because I feel like I feel like once these came out, it felt like the Nintendo was pushing the NES nostalgia button a little bit too hard. And I can agree with that, especially since they only ever market one type of nostalgia, and that's NES games. And we're getting to the point where people, there's plenty of like N64,
Super Nintendo.
Super Nintendo,
sort of stuff that you can pull from, and they continue to keep on bringing back Ice Climber and and
Balloon Fight.
and games, sort of weird choices when they have so much more to choose from if they need to rehash as opposed to making something original, which would be neat.
Yeah, I this series has potential to grow, like if they do a Game Boy remix or an SNES remix, as we were saying, and that could be a lot of cool. Really cool. Remix 2 is better though, just because it has a better selection of games.
Oh, that has like Kirby's Adventure, the Kid Icarus, Mario 3.
Metroid, not Metroid. I mean, was it Metroid? I forget. Punch Out, at least.
Punch Out, yeah, a better selection of games generally.
But oh well. Any of us
72. I played the original Super Mario Kart.
I've played some of it, and I don't think it's aged very well. Like this is
No, it's still better than Super Circuit.
no,
though.
I say this is better than Super Circuit, if only because you have more than half the screen to work with in Super Circuit.
I've never played the original. It did strike me as odd that they split the screen in half, even in single player. I have played Super Circuit, and I hate Super Circuit. Like I could not get the hang of the controls. Drifting was worthless. Oh, I hated it so much. And I was
I'll
only
play
playing
that.
like a single track, but yeah.
I'll play that over this. It's just, maybe it's just I didn't play too much time with it, but it felt just as clunky to me. But you have less real estate to work with, so.
Hmm.
Eh.
I always did find it kind of odd that they chose Donkey Kong Jr. for the racer. It makes sense now with Donkey Kong Country, but the Junior was a racer, not just regular Donkey Kong.
Yeah, that is
But
kind of weird.
oh well. 71. I'm not sure how I feel about the placement of this.
I like
Metroid Prime 3.
I like Prime 3. Do you think it's too high or too
I,
low?
I think
I
it's too
think it.
low.
I think it's fine where it is because I like it better than 2 at least.
The 2's not on the list, so you don't have.
Yeah, so that's fine.
Yeah, but I
Yeah.
like this game quite a bit. I think it, it's sort of, yeah, this was one of the first like first person shooters on the system. And even though I know Metroid Prime isn't a first person shooter, I felt the game controls really great, and I feel like that it does motion controls without overdoing them.
It's one of the few things that did the motion controls decently.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like mini games to open doors aside, like I felt like the motion controls added to the experience, sorry, more than they took away. And
It
also
did the multiple planets well too.
yeah, I really liked that aspect as well because it felt more like you were traveling through space, which is I think an underutilized aspect of Metroid. And also the music against the run this boss battle music is so good, so good. So yeah,
Now we just need Metroid Dread.
yeah, Metroid. Yeah, that's
Never gonna
never
happen.
gonna
Nope.
happen.
Nope, never gonna happen. But no, it's a fine game. I'd place it maybe about 10 spots higher. I don't know what's coming, but it feels like it should be about 10 spots higher.
Yeah,
Well, speak.
yeah, it feels maybe. I feel like it's closer to where it should be than a couple of other games on this list.
Yeah. Well, speaking of higher up, we have number 70, Zelda Oracle of Ages and Seasons.
These are really good games.
Basically, I do think Daddy should give these a try because they're on the 3DS.
I did try. I think I tried
Could-
Oracle of Ages. I just couldn't get into
Yeah.
it.
Okay, because I was about to say they're basically Zelda 1 without all the bullshit.
This just isn't really my type of game, really.
That's fair enough.
I
I was gonna
love
say
the
if you
art
had,
style.
I was gonna say if you hadn't played them, at least give it a shot. But
I played. A friend of mine lent me Oracle of Ages, and I don't think I ever gave that cartridge back.
oh, you're one of those people.
Jerk.
I can't.
Shun.
I can't think.
Shun.
Okay, to give me some credit, I can't think of any other time I've really done that though. But yeah, I tried it. It was okay. I just, for some reason, I just could not get too deep into it for whatever reason.
Yeah. I've only recently, these are one of the few games I hadn't played much of, but I did get them both when they ended up on the Virtual Console. And not played too far into them, but what I've played, I've really enjoyed, and think they're at least equal to Link's Awakening, which is also a great game. But I gotta say, I've always loved the art style for the artwork that they have for these games. It's just so it's I don't know what it is, but it's just such a clean look, and a Link looks fine, and it's like a perfect combination of his more modern and his classic look, I think. And I don't know, there's just something about the style that I really enjoyed about it. But I know that's incredibly minor, especially when the actual gameplay is, a Game Boy.
Because I remember seeing a lot of these two games in Nintendo Power around the time they came out. Like Nintendo Power would not shut up about the Oracle games.
Mm-hmm. But I'm guessing, Ryan, you've played 69, right?
No, I had GoldenEye.
Perfect Dark is basically just GoldenEye, right?
Yeah,
Pretty much.
but everyone already had GoldenEye, so why would you need this?
Yeah, I never really played Perfect Dark. I mean, I heard great things about it, but I just...
Yeah, I already had GoldenEye. That was enough for me.
It basically, hold on, I'm doing a checklist. From what I can tell, it was M rated, which I think gave it its own unique sort of. Yeah, it was rated M, and you don't see a lot of games like that coming out of Nintendo very much. Actually, hold on a moment, I need to check something. If Eternal Darkness made it onto the list, doesn't look like
oh,
it.
bet. God damn it.
What?
Eternal Darkness is a Nintendo property, right?
I think it was published by them, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, I haven't even played that, and even I'm pissed off.
That's why Silicon Knights had to do that whole Kickstarter to try to do it, but they couldn't actually use the Eternal Darkness name because Nintendo still owns it. So it should be on this list. It's unless it didn't fit because of some arbitrary reason. There's no reason that game should not be on here because that thing was a critical darling.
Yeah, I've never. I want to play that. It's just copies are hard to find.
Yes, they are.
They are, but I got it right away when it came out, even though I wasn't much of a horror fan. I just heard how amazing it was, and I played it, and it lived up to the hype.
It's really that good? Okay.
Yeah, I'm not even a big horror game fan, and I played through it.
It's put right up there with like Silent Hill 2.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's weird. It's weird that that's not on the list at all, unless if it just didn't count by their standing,
Yeah. Don't ask me, but
yeah, so number 68, Mario Golf World Tour on 3DS.
Yeah, I played this a lot. Like, a lot. This was basically...
Mario cheats. Mario cheats.
Yeah, yeah, Ryan...
I'm up by 5 strokes on the last 3 holes in the final tournament. He eagles the last 3 and beats me. Mario cheats. Plain and simple.
I have not played this at all.
I played this basically all summer. It is a great time, especially if you get the DLC. There's so much content in this game. If you want to, there's the story mode, which you can get through pretty quickly. Customizing your own golfer is a lot more fun than I thought it would be. And there's each course has a good 20 challenges for you to complete, and some of them are insane. One of them it was the Yoshi course, had this stupid challenge where you had to get one of the moon coins, and it was the wind is always 17 miles an hour, and it's up there in the air, and you need to bounce it on one of the bouncy. Oh man, that took me 4 days to get perfectly right. And oh man, but
what was the reward for that?
A Moo coin.
Blue coin, yeah, 100%. Maybe some coins. It makes you feel better at night.
Worth it.
Yeah. So yeah, I basically 100% of the game. I kind of stopped recently because after you've done all of that, basically the tournaments in the online play, I feel does a lot to add to the game's longevity. But I feel like there was only so much I could keep on doing with a golf game, and eventually I got sick of it. But I was hooked on this for a good 3-4 months, so I feel like it's definitely worth the purchase for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. I never played it. Same with 67. Never played.
I played the original F-Zero. I think that it's a pretty fun game. It's definitely a better game than Super Mario Kart, at the very least.
Yeah, definitely. I will agree with that.
It is very simple though, and
that's why I say F-Zero X and GX are just better games.
Some of the track design's kind of weird too, especially when you get later into the game. It's kind of odd.
Well, to be fair, this game barely had a year of development time.
Yeah, it was basically just a Mode 7 tech demo, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was basically a rush job to show off how powerful the Super Nintendo was.
Oh wow!
I will say that the music in this game is great. Big Blue is my favorite F-Zero song. Love that.
Please make another one. It's been 10 years.
I listened to you guys' Smash Bros. Perspective, and I agree with Johnny. They are building up to a new F-Zero game. I don't know when it's going to happen, but
I think that
it's been 10 years.
I think we might see something of it next E3. I think that it's entirely possible that could happen.
That'd be the hope.
It's been 10 years.
But hey, Ryan, you get a classic F-Zero stage in Smash Brothers and the DLC for Mario Kart 8. Isn't that enough?
No.
Oh, you can drive the Blue Falcon in Mario Kart 8. So that just means we're going to have Metal Catsuit Baby Captain
Rosalina.
Falcon.
Oh, boy. But, well...
Yeah, number 66, New Super Mario Bros. It's pretty much the only one of the series I really do enjoy a whole lot.
Yeah, well, I feel like New Super Mario Brothers, it felt...
Actually, it actually did feel new at the time.
Yeah, it felt fresh, I think, partially because... it was the first 2D Mario game since World, And I think also because it added.
Unless you want to count Super Mario Brothers Deluxe.
Yeah, I really like that. I really like that game too. But I think it also because it evolved the gameplay a little bit by adding in stuff from the 3D games like the wall jump and the triple jump. So it did play differently, at least to some extent than the original 2D games, which I feel like helped it keep fresh a lot. Because when I go back, I still would rather play this, as easy as it can be. I'd still play this before Wii or U.
Wii, yeah,
Yeah.
or 2.
I didn't even try 2.
I got so tired of 2 so quickly.
2 is so boring.
I have never seen myself actually get tired of a Mario game that quickly.
But all the coins
that do nothing. Oh boy. Same with the Mega Mushroom. The Mega Mushroom was a stupid power up in my opinion.
It was fun for like the couple stages you had it. I liked it just being able to ram through stuff is fun.
Here's the reason I didn't like it. I'd ram through stuff, and all of a sudden, hey, there's a secret in that pipe that you just destroyed.
Oh yeah, that's kind of bullshit. I think that happens in the very first level in the game, doesn't it?
Maybe it's been a while.
I know that happens at least once. So
yeah,
whatever.
We're finally on page 5.
Yeah, so we're
65 Mario Kart DS.
Halfway there.
Mario Kart DS.
Man, this is criminally low because this is. I think after playing Mario Kart 8 a lot, I still think this is my favorite Mario Kart game.
I agree. I totally agree with you there.
Because
I played this one the most out of any Mario Kart.
To me, it's just the control. Like you have so much control over your drift in this game. You can do.
Snaking is just high-level play, Nintendo.
Yeah. Well, I will say that at the very least, Mario Kart 8 gets it closer to what I wanted than 7 and Wii. But I feel like Mario Kart DS is just the strongest, and also it's also one of the only Mario Kart games to have a decent single-player component with that challenge mode thingy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And also, it introduced online, which is a plus.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Shocking.
It was Nintendo's first online game, actually.
Yeah, it was, and shocking that worked more smoothly than Smash Bros. Brawl did.
Yeah.
And also, I believe this was the game that introduced retro courses as well, which was
Yeah.
Really great idea.
I feel like also its original courses were really good too. Like I really like
Waluigi Pinball.
Yeah, Waluigi Pinball was really good. I really like the Yoshi course. TikTok Clock is a favorite of mine. A really good Rainbow Road too. And so it's just I feel like this is one of the more underappreciated Mario Karts because I feel like it's significantly better than every other one on this list. Well, not significantly better, but it's better than every other one on this list because there's a lot of Mario Karts left to go. Spoiler alert.
This is definitely my personal favorite.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Coming up next at 64, we have Donkey Kong Country 2.
That's on an N64 game. Damn it, IGN.
to be fair, another really fantastic game.
Oh yeah, I think it improves in just about every way to the original Donkey Kong Country and is just.
I do like the first one a bit more, but that's just nostalgia.
Okay. Now I since I didn't really have nostalgia when I played the two back to back, I was just like, yeah, this is just way better. I love playing as Dixie. She's like flight in video games, especially in platformers, always makes the game more fun. And it just, I don't know, it felt like they really improved on the formula. And I just really had a blast playing through it. Really great design levels. The difficulty curve, I don't remember it being as brutal as the original. It's been a while.
It's a harder game.
There weren't as many spikes though, because when you got to the ice level in Donkey Kong Country 1, that was the severe spike in difficulty. I felt like this is more, even though Donkey Kong Country 2 is a more difficult game overall, it had a smoother curve.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So.
Yeah, but
well, I guess.
Do we have anything else to say?
Nope. Just great game.
Yeah. So number 63 is another one of Ryan's favorites, Animal Crossing for the GameCube.
Guilt tripping.
I don't know why people say this one's their favorite. To be honest, because they're all pretty much the same. But
I'd have to guess maybe the NES games, or just the fact that it was the first one they did.
Okay, that might be it.
Well, technically, the first one they did was on the N64.
Yeah.
Well, we're not Japanese, Ryan.
I'm impressed Nintendo decided to bring this over, and actually also really surprised that it caught on the way it did.
I don't feel like it became a massive thing until New Leaf, though, because New Leaf did tremendously well. Like, I think it sold. It's one of the most best-selling games on the 3DS.
No, it
And then you got Villager and Smash as a result.
it was actually is really fun to play.
Yeah, I play him the most on the demo.
I just like running around. I'm not a big fan of his playstyle, but I do like him running around with the axe.
Have you played a game of Smash Potato yet?
No.
Oh, where you just throw things back and forth.
No, you water the tree and you pass it back and forth in the first, and then you die. Because even at 0%, a pocketed tree can almost send you flying off the stage. I have to show you a video of it later. It is.
Yeah, no, I've seen it.
His pocket is ridiculously powerful. Like I've heard some crazy things that he's able to pocket.
He pockets Final Smash.
No, he doesn't. You just get invincibility frames during the pocket. So.
Yeah, but basically people joke it's pocketing the Final Smash.
Yeah. Does this look like the face of Mercy?
The Mercy teeth.
That's amazing. This is 62 is going to be interesting.
Ted's most favorite escape.
Well, I haven't actually played it yet. I was just so sick of Nintendo Power talking about nothing but Twilight Princess for 3 goddamn years.
But that E3 2004 was glorious.
Yeah, I just hearing people like when I heard people like crying.
No, have you seen the reaction video?
They're going freaking overboard.
At first I thought the same thing.
It was the Zelda game we all wanted at when Wind Waker was announced.
Yeah, it looked so much more mature. It looked awesome. It was a completely different direction than Wind Waker was. The direction that a lot of people wanted. Whatever the end result might have ended up being. But I was still one of those people. I couldn't understand how people could cry over this announcement. Like, yeah, it's really cool. And then Kingdom Hearts 3 got announced, and then I had the same. I wasn't crying or anything, but I was just as pure ball energy of hype, and it's like, oh, now I get it.
Well, it's just weird though, because for all of the hype that it ended up getting, it's kind of one of the more whatever Zeldas in the fan base, from what I can tell. Still,
well, it's because it doesn't have much of an identity of its own.
Yeah,
aside from Midna.
Yeah, it's very much a direct sequel to Ocarina of Time, almost to a default. It's essentially the same map, a very barren overworld, almost more so than Ocarina of Time, which is something to say. There are things that work about it, and it's tremendously fun playing through it on the Wii. But I honestly
well, yeah, the GameCube version is just better. But one of those things I had said about Skyward Sword, the dungeons are great. It's just everything else that's the problem.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it definitely has the problems of repetition and whatnot that Skyward Sword had. What was the thing I was thinking?
A very slow beginning, and
yeah, the slow beginning and all that. I mean, there are elements to like here, but it's definitely a very flawed Zelda game, and yeah. It's fine, though.
Yeah. Number 61, a pet simulator, Nintendogs. I have dogs. Just get a dog.
Yeah.
Papaya. I had this, it gave me that little Smash Brothers remix, so, it gets a pass. Not above all of the things that we've seen on the list that deserve to be above
God,
it.
this should not, this should be way lower.
But,
They shouldn't be on the list at all, then.
Yeah.
Well, maybe like in the bottom 25.
125 at least at the highest, or around that point. 125 to 100, I think, would be much better for it. Because it's
a pet sim.
Yeah.
Some people can get really into them, those types of things, though. Like,
yeah, but it's
obsessively
not
into them.
I do like that the Duck Hunt Dog's home stage is the Nintendog stage. It's like, oh, he's the original Nintendog. That makes sense. But yeah, I never played this. I had no interest in it because I had an actual dog.
Yeah, I have actual dogs.
I'm not really a dog
And,
person, so
You're a fool.
yeah.
yeah. What do you like, cats?
And no, actually, I don't. I've never really been an animal person. Like my mom's allergic to animal fur, so we never really had
that'll
them
do
around
it.
the house, and so I've just
Yeah.
never really gotten used to them.
Fair enough.
Mhm.
So at number 60 we have Nathan's most favoriteest game, Mother 3.
Okay, now I've never played this one. You know, I have
Earthbound is your most favoriteest game, we know.
Okay, I feel like I need to make some clarifications because I feel like in the past I haven't been cleared about this. I don't think that Earthbound is like irredeemably awful. I just feel like it's kind of whatever, like so people have told me Mother 3 is better. Maybe I should try that. But I think part of the reason why Earthbound ended up being to me in the first place was because people overhyped it and said it was the greatest thing ever. And people do that even more with Mother 3, so I feel like if I play it, I'm going to end up in that exact same situation again. So that's why I don't. That's why
that's what happens.
That's
That
why
actually
I'm not
happens a
gonna play
lot
it.
with cult classics. I feel like a lot of people like really get into this cult classic whatever and really hype it up for a person. So a person checks it out and they're like, it's okay. And I feel like your reaction to it is sort of very similar to what the reactions were when it first came out, because it didn't get a lot of praise when it first came out. People like
This game stinks.
yeah, the game's graphics.
The game was horribly advertised.
Yeah. And I do want to try Mother 3. I'm kind of waiting for an official patch, but I actually need to get through the original Earthbound before getting into Mother 3.
Oh, Earthbound I don't think is ever going to come out in the States. I feel like it's become too big of a thing for Nintendo that they're never going to do it.
Yeah, maybe. But I eventually I'll get the translation patch and all that stuff to play it. But it feels like there's a lot of connections to Earthbound, so I don't really just hop into Mother 3. But what about you, Ryan? I can't remember if you're a
Nope, never played it.
Okay.
Oh, you played Wario Land 2 though, right?
Oh yeah.
Even though 3 and 4 are significantly better.
Is this the one that changes up? Yeah, this is the one that made him immortal.
Yeah.
This is the one I think I played this one the most.
3 and 4 are just significantly better, though.
They are better, but this is the one I definitely played the most of, and I love the idea that he was invulnerable.
Yeah.
And
it's a fun little starting point, but that's about it.
yeah. It gave reason to collect the coins, though. It really, like, unlike New Super Mario Brothers 2, there was a reason you wanted to collect the coins, and you would go out of your way for them because, well, you couldn't die, so the challenge was to get the coins and everything else.
Well, I haven't played this one, but for looking at the screenshot, there's a lot of coins, but it's not like the entire screen's covered in them, so they have meaning. If you just collect coins wherever you step, it doesn't matter at all. It has to be at least you have to try at least a little bit, otherwise it just doesn't feel satisfying to collect them. I think is part of it.
Yeah, it was just really good. So
Number 58 is Rhythm Tengoku.
Or Rhythm Heaven. I think they're actually talking about the Game Boy Advance game, which I never really.
I don't think it came out in the U.S.
No,
I think it was the DS one that eventually came out, and that's when we started getting Rhythm Heaven.
I tried playing the DS Rhythm Heaven. I could not play it. It was. You had to. It was only first off that you had to hold the DS like a book, which I always hate doing because there's no way to hold that comfortably. And you also the way that you had to do stuff was like by flicking the stylus, and I swear that the touchscreen would not recognize my movements there. It was just I couldn't get into that, and I tried the Wii one, and playing it with a button press is definitely more precise. But I haven't just given it an awful lot of time.
Never played any of these, but Ash swears up and down with them. Well, if you listen to any of our Smash Brothers discussion, he is desperate to get the chorus kids in this game and into Smash. So maybe eventually I'll go back and play one of them. I hear Rhythm Heaven Fever for the Wii is quite good. It's just, like I said, I don't play many rhythm games.
Yeah, me neither. I kind of got tired out with them around the time the whole Rock Band thing ended up being kind of dying out. So, I never really gave them too much time.
Yep.
So number 57, we have Tetris Attack. I actually own the Game Boy version of this, not the Super Nintendo.
I owned Pokemon Puzzle League. Pokemon Puzzle Challenge, which is basically the same thing. I like this, but it's a fun puzzle. It's a fun puzzle game, but I still think the original Tetris is a better one. I don't know. It just holds more interest with me for whatever reason.
Uh, I
It's
don't
all
mind
right.
it. Yeah,
It's all right.
yeah, it's a fine game. I did really enjoy Pokemon Puzzle League just because you had a rival and it pushed you to get better and go through all the different, like, you play through easy. Okay, you got to this point. Play through the next level of difficulty in order to do more. So I'd like that sense of progression that it had. But yeah, I'd say the original Tetris is still better. But Tetris Attack has its fun. So. All right, Ted, this is all yours.
I love Jungle Beat. Jungle Beat is, I think, one of the most.
I never owned the bongos.
Oh, you
Yeah, I
never
didn't
owned the
either.
bong. Okay, well, here's the thing. Yeah, it's a gimmick. The control is a gimmick, but if you can get yourself, like, if you can make yourself open to the idea of playing with the bongos, it is so much fun to play. If, like, just because of how high energy it can get, because when you're doing stuff with the bongos, beating up the enemies, like, involves you pounding on them as fast as you possibly can, and that's incredibly fun. So I feel like, just when it comes to pure fun factor, this is one of the most fun games I've ever played. It's just, I feel like it's incredibly underappreciated.
Well, you recorded it for us, so we'll get to it eventually.
Eventually, when we need filler.
You should have had a cam set up recording you as you were playing.
No, but
Have a
then I
little
need one of those
screen at the bottom.
Rastafarian hats, so I could be like,
And a joint.
You could totally find those.
yeah,
Yeah, and a book of poetry to read from.
monkey goes through jungle.
Ooh ah, ook
Ooh
ah.
ah ooh ooh ah ah ah. Get the banana.
Ooh ee ooh ah, ting tang, walla walla bing bang.
Oh boy, but 55 I feel like has had a proper resurgence over the years.
Zelda
Zelda 2.
The Adventure of Link.
I don't know. I tried this one. I think it was one of the games from the ambassador program. It is pretty damn clunky.
Yeah.
It's
It's a nice little kind of base if they wanted to do something with it later now.
Mm-hmm.
But that's about it.
A lot of the ideas from it did get introduced, like the down stab, the up stab. Some of the music is all good, and the names of the towns becoming for Ocarina the names of the sages. So it has had its influence over the years, and it's way too hard. And I think if the difficulty was managed a little bit better, I think this would have become a little bit more of a fan favorite. But as it is right now, it's just way too hard.
Stab Dark Link in the knees. The knees.
He has weak ankles.
Go for the leg benders.
My leg benders.
And obviously though, Zelda 2 is an important game because it is the major gameplay basis for what is clearly the best trio of Zelda games, the CDI trilogy.
Well, to be
yes.
fair, it's only 2 of the 3 CDI games.
Well, yeah, but they're the important two.
Yeah.
Has anybody ever played 54 Super Punch Out?
A little bit.
Nope.
A little bit. I've only ever really played a lot of the first one, though, so no.
I only played through Punch Out Wii, and boy, did that game kick my butt after a while. I don't hear Super Punch Out being talked about as much, though.
For some reason,
No.
I've never played it, but for some reason, people just say it's worse than the original, and I don't really think too highly of the original to begin with. But that's a discussion for later. But
Yeah.
I don't really have any issues with it.
So, I guess next we have one of Tesma's favorite games.
I don't get what people
53
like about the Canvas Curse, Kirby Canvas Curse. I do not understand what people like about this one. It is
But it's getting a sequel, Ted.
I really liked Canvas Curse. It was one of the first Kirby games I played in a while, one of the first DS games I got, and it was unique. I was controlling Kirby in a whole...
You can't control Kirby. You can kind of sort of make a move generally in the area you want him to.
By the end of that game, I was pretty proficient. Going back to it, I probably suck, but by the time I finished that game, I was pretty good at him.
This game gave me a headache when I played it. It was just I found trying to move Kirby around with the rainbow stuff incredibly infuriating. and I'd rather just play a normal Kirby game. Like, I get that Kirby has always been one of the more experimental Nintendo characters, but this is not something that needed to be brought back.
Ooh,
I
good. Let the hate flow through you.
No, it's a gimmick, and I enjoyed the gimmick. I don't know how much. I haven't played it in years, so I'm not sure if I'd still enjoy it as much. But I never had a problem with it going through. I eventually, I felt like the progression of difficulty was perfect. I liked the fact that it had all these unlockable characters, even though they weren't all that different. I don't know. I just enjoyed it.
I cannot get into this one at all.
I'm not as excited for what is it? The Wii U
Rainbow Curse. Or
yeah,
whatever
Rainbow
it is.
Curse, because I'm not going to be, because of the way the Wii U situated. I'm going to be looking at the gamepad the entire time, and I have this big TV in front of me, and it's like, well, so much for looking at that.
Oh yeah, it's like the Murphy levels in Rayman Legends, where you could look at the nice, clean, high def sprites, but now you have to look on the low res gamepad screen instead.
Yeah. Oh well. 52. Star Fox.
64 is so much better.
Well, it's essentially a remake, so is 64 on the list? I hope it is.
Yeah, it's there.
Okay,
Okay.
good.
But
64. I mean, Star Fox originally is kind of eh.
I never played the original.
It's slow.
Yeah, I look at the graphics and I realize, and then I know that 64 is basically a remake. So I'm like, other than just seeing what it was like, I have no reason to go back and play this game.
Nope, you don't.
Star Fox 64 is basically the original Star Fox if things looked like things, and it ran at a good frame rate.
Yeah. So I guess moving on to Ted's super most favoriteest game of all time.
Man, didn't even
this one has to be brutal for you.
Didn't even make the top 50. This frustrates me. Oh man,
Dude, Grotus, sir.
Yeah,
that's odd.
Yeah, this is.
Ignore me.
Man, this is again, along with Banjo-Tooie and Paper Mario, go back and forth with being my favorite game of all time. I cannot get enough of this, and it actually turns 10 years old in about a month, which is astounding to me. This is just such a fun game. I love this so much.
I've played about, I think, halfway through it. I stopped playing. I for whatever reason, I stopped playing after Rockhawk's chapter. I got a little into the chapter after that, which I believe is like a haunted level.
Chapter 4. Chapter 4 is one of the more interesting story-wise chapters. It introduces the best party member in the game. Vivian. Vivian is so good.
Yeah, I don't know if she's. I don't think I got to the point where she actually joined me, but
and definitely one of the most creative roadblocks in the game, where they literally take the letter away from you.
Yeah, like the bad guy. Yeah, it's just like, tell me your name, and you don't have the lowercase letter p, so you can't write it down. Yeah. It's just, this game is, it's so full of charm, and it's one of the only times I think Mario has ever been given a really sort of entertaining story. This isn't Super Paper Mario, but Super Paper Mario has its own issues. So yeah,
I still want a game where we play as Luigi and his adventures in the Waffle Kingdom.
I do too. Again, this isn't something I expected to be in the top 10 because I know that this is IGN, so that's just not going to happen, but. I would have liked top 30. If it broke past top 30, I would have been happy. And so this disappoints me. It doesn't crush me as much as Banjo-Tooie did, because that didn't even make it past 100. But still, man.
I am hoping for an HD port.
I would love that.
No.
I think it would fit really well, especially like the style would work just as well as Wind Waker did.
Well, hopefully with the failure that is Sticker Star, they'll go back to this kind of game.
Yeah, please.
That'd be nice.
Please. Sticker Star's awful.
I'm sorry, I jumped ahead to get to the next page.
No, NES Remix is number 50. No.
What?
No.
No. You will die. Whatever no you want to use. This is way too high.
No.
Especially because, like I said before, NES Remix 2 is generally considered the better one because the game selection is better. This is... One of the games is freaking Wrecking Crew. Nobody likes Wrecking Crew.
Isn't Urban Champion on this one too? Does anybody
Yes.
care about Urban Champion? Like
Nobody
at all?
likes Urban Champion. That I don't understand this one at all.
No. Yeah.
Yeah,
At least we finally cracked the top 50.
Yeah, finally.
yeah, woo for that. But move on. Looking at that one just makes me mad.
So moving on to number 49, Super Mario 3D Land.
Yeah, I dropped this down. I put this below New Super Mario Brothers easily.
Yeah, same.
I'd put it on the same level. Maybe like one position below New Super Mario Brothers.
At least
but
around it.
Paper Mario, Thousand Year Door should definitely be above this.
Yeah.
Because it is a perfectly playable game. It's just not an entirely exciting one.
No.
Yeah.
Not even a little bit.
It does nothing new, nothing original. It has no identity of its own.
Mm-hmm. Oh boy! But then we go into 48, which is Super Mario Brothers 2, which
Doki Doki Mario.
Doki Doki.
yeah,
Here's the thing. I think this is
I
one
like
of the
it.
most underappreciated 2D Mario games.
it's really good.
Yeah, I feel like it. I still feel like they should. They're kind of slowly taking more elements from this one. I guess because they can only milk Mario 3 so much. But I still feel like they should go all out and try this style again. Like, maybe not with Mario, but if the Toad and Peach could have their own little adventure in this sort of Doki Doki gameplay style, and I'd buy that.
Yeah, that'd be really cool. And just getting Wart back. I mean, there's been so many opportunities over the years to bring back Wart, and they haven't done it. A lot of people thought he was going to come back for Dream Team because it's, Dreams. Didn't happen. A lot of people thought it was going to happen in 3D World because the Sprixies looked a lot like the Subcons. And nope, didn't happen. So I think Wart is a character a lot of people want to see come back because, well, he was different. He was different from Bowser.
Yeah. Although that's basically all you can say about Wart, because he's kind of just whatever, too.
A little bit, yeah, but come on, 3D boss that burps bubbles at you and you have to throw vegetables into his mouth? That's different. No, I do really enjoy that game, though.
Yeah.
But
Number 47, clean is better than dirty, and neater's better than clean. Let's all lend a helping hand, because Mario can't do it alone. I
Except he
remember
has
when
to
this was
alone.
coming out.
Yeah, I remember playing the. I don't think I've ever beaten Sunshine still.
But no, this
I-
game still annoys me for that wasted summer.
I never went about collecting all 120 stars because, one, I saw how much
So
pain it was.
much wasted time.
I saw how much
What?
pain it was because
A picture. A freaking picture I could do nothing with.
I just want to thank my mother for actually getting me the guide to Super Mario Sunshine along with this game whenever I got it, because I immediately saw, one, how complicated it was to get everything, two, what the end reward was. So I was like, oh, okay, I'll just play through until I get bored and beat the game, and I'm good. So I don't have bad memories of Mario Sunshine because I didn't waste time trying to get all 120 shines. And it's an experimental Mario that, depending on who you ask, is either underrated or a complete piece of crap.
I like how they got the anagram for flood wrong in their article.
Yeah.
The research they do is just so impressive.
Flash liquidizing, ultra dousing device.
Ultra dowsing device.
I did like Flood though, like as a character, quote unquote. He was just sort of a nice little snark. I feel like that's the sort of a Navi that worked. Is basically what I.
It's
thought
sort of
him.
like the kind of thing that Phi should have been, because it's robotic and computerized and all that stuff, and it didn't bug you as much. But yeah, Flood was fine, and I still want EGAT as a character in Mario Kart 8.
Yeah. He'd make so much more sense than baby fucking Rosalie. Never mind.
Baby male Katsu Tanuki Rosalina.
Yes.
You forgot
but
Pink
yes.
Gold.
Yeah, pink gold.
Oh yeah.
46. 46. We have Emil's favoriteest game of all time,
Xenoblade.
Xenoblade Chronicles, the game that never ends.
No, yeah, that's really the thing that keeps me from finishing it, is that I got like 40 hours in and I wasn't even halfway done. It's just, if
Yeah,
you want a
this is
game
a
that's too big for its
investment.
own good, here you go.
Well, hopefully Xenoblade Chronicles X fixes that.
Yeah. Also, I'm hoping that the 3DS remake will make it easier to play as well, because of the being handheld. I feel like RPGs fit better on handhelds more often than not. Um,
Yeah.
so again, I don't want to say it's a bad game. It's a very, 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 very good game. It's well made in almost every aspect, but it's bloated, I think, and that's its biggest flaw to me.
Well, I feel like Monolith Soft have learned a lot of their lessons with this game because I played through the Xenosaga series and that was just so much cutscene with so little gameplay, and this is the complete opposite with the cutscenes. Yeah, I think they could get a little meaty, but there was all this gameplay to it and it made sense. I love the fact that just by doing side quests you could level up, and so grinding wasn't necessary. And even though I didn't make it very far in the game, I still felt like I progressed. It wasn't until I looked at how big the game was overall that I realized, like, oh, I got nowhere. It is one of those big games I just want to go back and play and finish.
I think it's just you have to dedicate like 2 months to it and basically nothing else. So that's basically what holds me back an awful lot. I am glad to see Shulk in Smash Brothers and everything, because I do, anytime Nintendo pushes a property they own that's not, less,
Mario.
that's not Mario or Zelda, I'm happy, but it's just, I'm just hoping that maybe the 3DS version will, get me to, finish it.
But that means you have to buy a new 3DS.
No,
set.
I was planning on doing it anyway. The head port.
Why you want a C-stick?
Well, no, because I don't see stick, wimps. What I want it for is A, for the better 3D, and B, because B, the reversible face plates, because I'm into this sort of thing. Just the XL has them. And C, the headphone port on my XL is worked. So if I touch it a little bit, sound will stop coming in through my left ear on my headphones. So I can deal with it for now, but I'm gonna want a new one eventually. So that's
at least it makes sense for you to upgrade at that point then.
Yeah.
Yeah. So number 45 is Tetris DS.
This is criminally low because this is easily the best version of Tetris. Easily. Do either of you guys have this one?
No,
I did not play it.
I have played it.
Okay.
I don't own it. I know it's incredibly hard to find at this point.
Yeah, I'm so glad
I don't think I'll ever get to play it.
I still have. Hold on. I think I still have the box. I still have the box. Do I still have the manual? Yes.
But nobody reads the manual.
I do. I still have box and manual. Yes.
But no one reads the manual.
So if you're ever poor, go ahead and sell that.
No, I go. Okay, I'm gonna put it this way. You know how I said Paper Mario and Banjo-Tooie go back and forth between being my favorite games of all time. Tetris DS is pretty firmly at the number 3 spot. If I were to be stuck on a desert island for the rest of my life, Tetris DS would need to be one of the games I have with me, because I have played this game for hours and hours and hours and hours and hours, and I think that just on the strength of its core Tetris alone, I think it works, because I feel like this is the best version of Tetris. Some people might decry infinite spin in the hold piece. I think that they make the game so much more fun. And having all the retro aesthetics is great. And on top of that, there's so many other modes you can play. There's the push mode, which is based off of Donkey Kong, and the Metroid mode, where instead of dropping the blocks into the mass, you move the mass around and rotate it so the blocks will fit. I think that's hilarious. It's just, this is, I love this game to death, and I could never go if I ever go on a trip, I make sure to have this with me. So yeah, I love this game so much, and this is criminally low. This has to be top 10. I'm sorry, it just does.
Fair enough. Number 44, Pokemon X and Y.
I feel like this is a pretty decent place for it.
I think it should be a bit lower.
A little bit. Here's the thing. It is, out of all of the main series Pokemon games to go on this list, it's the lowest one. There's a couple more coming up. I feel like that's fair, because X and Y, I think, is while it's in the lower half of my Pokemon rankings, below
2 and
below
5.
2 and 5, I'd say tied with 1, but above 3.
And 4?
Yeah, we don't.
4?
Yeah, we don't. I don't talk about Gen 4. But it's still a very good game. I just feel like there's there's some slight issues with it. Like the pacing's weird. Like you don't go like there's a point in the game where you don't go to a gym leader for like 4 hours, and that's
It's also way too easy.
it's way too easy, and also the story is just all over the place. Where it's about as lighthearted as it's ever been for about
and then genocide.
yeah, and then
Yeah.
and then I'm just gonna I just freaking hate everyone, and I'm gonna murder everyone on the planet. It just
Yeah.
that it's not like you play Pokemon too much for the story, but I felt like Gen 5 did such a strong job on that I was expecting something more here. So
Yeah, I'd have to agree with that. Plus, the post game content is really weak.
yeah.
You mean how there's basically none?
Yeah,
Yeah.
once you find all the Mega Stones and capture Mewtwo, there's really nothing to. Well, Zygarde, I guess.
Zygarde.
But there's not a lot to do after you beat the game in this, unless if you want to do grinding, which is not my favorite thing. So.
But
Yeah.
Ted, fairies,
It did bring a lot of
fairy type
changes.
Pokemon.
Fairy type, I don't mind fairy type. I thought it was.
Oh, I like them.
It's a good addition.
Apparently, I don't.
The graphics are amazing.
Well, no,
I
the
really.
I like the game's graphics, but I wish that you could turn it on 3D without destroying the frame rate. Or because I usually like to play with the 3D on about half slider, because I feel like that it looks nice. Games look generally nicer that way. But if you try to put on 3D in any of the battle scenes, the frame rate goes to crap. And I can get why, because the Pokemon models are so detailed, but still. I hope that's something they fix for Ruby, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire.
Yeah,
Which
I would put this. This is probably my.
Are
third.
you hyped for the trumpet, Ted?
your third favorite Pokemon?
This is my third favorite generation. Black and White are my favorite.
Okay. Yeah.
Black and White and Black and White 2. I put those in the same category, really.
Yeah,
Well,
me
yeah.
too.
But yeah, third favorite generation. It's not. It's definitely. It has its problems, but I do think it is a really fun game.
Yeah, it is a really fun game. I don't want to say that it's bad, and by any means, it's not. It's just I feel like it's got a couple of niggling things that irritate me.
So, 43. Kind of surprised to see it this low because Nintendo usually not Nintendo, but IGN usually loves to put new Mario games really high on their lists.
Yeah,
Super Mario 3D World.
yeah.
Yep, Super Mario 3D World.
Well, that's just because IGN is infatuated with the red asshole. And
I do really enjoy 3D World.
I did.
Yeah,
I
it is
really,
a
really
very
do.
fun game.
I really liked it as well. I don't know. I wouldn't put it.
It just came out at a bad time.
Yeah, it came out at a really bad time because new Super Mario. The year before we had two new Super Mario Brothers games, and
we hadn't had Star Fox in how many years? We haven't had F-Zero in 10. No new Metroid.
yeah, it's just like I know every Nintendo console needs a 3D Mario game. It's just that's just the thing.
It's just we've had way too much Mario at this point.
So yeah, I felt like if it had come out maybe this year instead, maybe it would have came across a little bit better. But
Maybe, but then it'd be competing with Smash, and
Yeah.
it's two of their biggest ones
yeah.
going head to head.
yeah, that's true. I don't know.
I do like the fact that Captain Toad was able to get his own spin-off from this game. Because I did really enjoy those sections, and I'd like to see what they do in order to expand his gameplay, because that's something different and a little unique from Mario, and that's always nice to have. And the challenge did get up there by the end of the game.
Yeah,
Champion's Road is nothing to sneeze at.
Yeah, the extra worlds do get pretty tough, for sure.
And it's much more unique than 3D Land, but doesn't nearly have the polish and the fun factor that a Galaxy or a 64 has.
Yeah, I feel like if 3D Land hadn't come out, I would have liked this way better.
Yeah, I agree. But 42.
The meaning of life and everything.
Exactly. What do you
Zelda
know? It's Zelda.
The link between worlds. Basically, my fixed Link between Link to the Past.
Yeah, you have issues with Link to the Past for some reason.
Well, it's because it's top down in 2D, and I just have problems seeing.
Mm.
The fact that everything is a 3D model here, even though it's technically top down, it just makes everything it just has a lot more pop to me, so I don't have issues with it.
Yeah.
But you could use your
I
3D slider.
No.
Oh.
But my biggest problem with A Link to the Past is just it's entirely a personal thing. I have problems with top down.
That's fine. I actually didn't complete Link to the Past until like a month before Link Between Worlds because I found out I was going to be reviewing the game. So I was like, well, I probably should have a basis for this. So I went through and played Link to the Past, and it's a fine game.
I just think this does it better.
Yeah, I think I do prefer this one. I love the open aspect to it.
Yeah.
How you can get
And you can just go from dungeon to dungeon.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
and you can get every
Screw
item.
you, Skyward Sword.
You can get every item in this game super early if you go to the right dungeons.
Yeah.
Well, how does that work? I know you rent the items, but can you get them permanently by doing?
Yeah. After a while, you can just outright buy them.
Yeah, and so if you buy them, you don't lose them if you die.
Okay.
But
Yeah.
the game's not that hard, so
Yeah.
you shouldn't really be dying that much anyway. And
But you can go to any dungeon in any order you want. It's such a breath of fresh air compared to previous games.
I think
Yeah.
like a lot of that can be due to it being a 3DS game where they don't have space for all that extra fluff. So it has
That and the wall mechanic actually really is adds a lot of depth to the game.
yeah, it really does. It made for some very fun boss fights.
A lot of creative puzzles.
It was just it was an extremely solid game, and
It was what the Zelda. To me, it was what the Zelda series really needed after Skyward Sword.
yeah, it's the game that sort of gives me a lot of hope for what Zelda Wii U can be.
Yeah.
They could take the lessons learned from this and apply it to that game. We could be in for something special.
Mm-hmm.
So, 41. Legend of Zelda.
Ted's most super duper favoriteest game ever.
yeah.
Majora's Mask.
Yeah, it's just that beginning section is not. This is not a
You
game
have
to
not
give to newbies, Zelda newbies.
You have not played Skyward Sword.
This is one of the few Zelda games I have not beaten. I played through and beaten.
But it's
games,
so good.
and I actually don't even own it. I've been hoping and praying for a Majora's Mask, remake to come.
Why
out.
haven't
Not
they
gonna
done
happen.
that yet?
It's going to happen eventually.
No, I'm
It's-
They
calling
did
it.
it
Not
for
gonna
Rock-
happen.
They did it for Ocarina of Time. Do it for Majora's Mask.
It's going to happen for eventually. But here's the thing: I did play it once. I think a friend let me borrow it for a little bit or something like that because he let me borrow 64. So I played through Ocarina of Time. And then a little bit later, we did the same thing, and he let me borrow Majora's Mask. And I hate time limits. I hate the pressure they put on me, and I just wasn't.
Reverse Song of Time.
Well, they don't.
Reverse
The game
Song
doesn't
of Time.
tell you that, or at least it doesn't tell you that in a convenient place.
Yeah, I'm running around like crazy for these first 3 days. I'm like, oh God, what do I do? What do I do? What do I do? I'm rushing to everywhere, not really enjoying myself. I just feel so stressed. And yeah, I eventually was like, I got to take a break. And I'm like, how do I save? How do I save?
It is a shame that the beginning part is the worst part of the game.
Yeah, it's why I
once you
really want to
get
give
past
this a
that
second chance.
Well, yeah, once you get past that first 3-day cycle and turn back into normal, like the game gets so good.
Yeah, this is one of the big games I really want to give a chance, and I'm hoping and praying we get a remake because, boy, do I need to play this game. It's the only Zelda games I do not own are this and Four Swords Adventures.
What about the CDI games?
Well, nobody counts the CDI games.
Nobody reads the manual.
Exactly. Screw the CDI games. Nintendo doesn't think they exist. I don't think they exist.
I still think they should do like one kind of like an NPC quote something from those games, just for shits and giggles. Like during the beginning part of the game when everything's peaceful, just have one of the guards say, "Gee, it sure is boring around here." Guy next to him, "My boy, this peace is what all true warriors strive for," and just leave it at that.
Yeah.
Well,
You know,
just
just
like
to-
throwaway
to-
dialogue if you talk to a random
Yeah.
guard in the town.
Yeah.
That'd be perfectly fine. But they really don't want you to think about that game.
Yeah.
Well, no, at this point, it's gone from the point of being like an embarrassment to just a funny joke. Like, as Nintendo brings up the Virtual Boy and stuff now, so why
Yeah.
not? Why not Zelda CDI Zelda?
All hell the CDI games.
Yeah.
Oh boy. Number 40. I love this game. Mario and Luigi Superstar Saga.
Yeah, this game has a lot of personality. It continued the Luigi as a total joke
They
to
did.
everyone in the Mushroom Kingdom. Bowser is not taken seriously in the slightest.
Yeah, it's wonderful. Just a really good story, really funny story. I didn't really get into the Paper Mario games.
Yeah,
I need
my
to, but
only problem is that the Mario and Luigi games are just by their nature are a little too easy
yeah, I'd agree
because
with that.
you can just avoid and block everything.
Yeah, that definitely happens. But there's something just really fun about Mario and Luigi. That you get all these different abilities with them. The combat felt really good. It was unique being able to control both brothers at once, and it was really cool by the end of the game that they brought back all the Koopalings because that was rare at this time when this actually came out.
I tried playing Superstar Saga, but I really for some reason I got pretty bored, pretty early on. Like I think it was like there was this mini game where you had to jump over something trying to get over the border to some place, and I don't know. I just it I should play through the entire thing before making a judgment, but I never really quite got Mario and Luigi's distinct appeal over Paper Mario. But I also
Well, that's just personal preference.
I guess
Yeah.
that might be it too.
Fantastic music, Yoko Shimomura. Same woman who did. Well, she's done all the Mario and Luigi games, but she's also did Kingdom Hearts. She did a couple of the tracks from Xenoblade Chronicles. She's really fantastic. So really good soundtrack if you because I know how much you love game soundtracks, Ted.
Yeah, but I got Paper Mario music. That's really good too and stuff.
Oh, I don't deny
But Ted,
that.
all
But
the music, most of the music in Smash Bros. Is from sticker stuff.
Oh, don't get me started on that. You bring back a dumb remix of the stupid airship theme instead of Bowser's awesome dungeon music from Paper Mario 6. Screw you.
Nope. Ted, love it. You guys, here's Sticker Star. Love it.
Fuck that game, man. Okay.
Happy Thoughts,
Good,
39,
good.
Zero Mission.
Oh man,
Metroid
love Zero Mission.
My second favorite Metroid.
Yeah, I'd put this in Fusion back to neck and neck.
Well, Prime's number one for me.
Yeah, but you
Really?
know,
So you put Zero Mission above Super Metroid?
Yes.
definitely above Super Metroid.
It just feels faster.
It's fast. Super Metroid feels really floaty to me, and I
Yeah.
never liked the way it controlled. But
I would put this at number 3. I still prefer Super Metroid to Zero Mission, but Zero Mission is fantastic.
it's just I don't get why this is so much higher than Fusion because whether or not I like one more than the other is depends on my mood, but they're both really really good. So
Maybe it's because of the whole aspect of the freedom and whatnot. That's the only thing
I
can come
guess,
up
but yeah.
with. There is no reason to play the original Metroid anymore.
No,
This is the one
there's
you play.
No, I think that if they did a remake like this for games like the original Legend of Zelda, I might actually enjoy it because it is just so smooth to play. Like it is an absolute dream to control. So much fun. I can play Zero Mission for ages.
Surprised they haven't done that yet. They do a remake of the original.
Yeah.
In the same vein as Zero Mission.
Yeah.
Yeah, just good. But
Number 38, we have Wario Land 4. I think the best one.
It is really good.
Yeah.
It sort of perfects the formula of the Wario Land games.
Yeah, and the Game Boy Advance has the horsepower to really kind of do some creative things.
Had some really really great animations and whatnot, and yeah, I got to it very late, but when I did play it, I really enjoyed it.
Yeah, it's on the Wii U Virtual Console now, so you can't pick it up.
Yeah, I need to give it a shot. I think I played through like the tutorial world when I got it as an ambassador game, but for whatever reason, a lot of those games I just sort of played for like 10 minutes and then just sat down and try another one. So I do need to give it like the attention to give it a full playthrough.
Yeah, I think it really is the best one, and ultimately it's basically the Wario Land series is basically Mario games, but they actually let the creators actually do something with it.
Which makes sense.
Yeah.
Have you ever played Shake It?
No.
No,
I have not either, but it's something I was curious about just because I like the Wario Land so much, and it seemed a bit closer to these games rather than World.
Yeah, that's the one with the animated cutscenes, right?
Yeah.
I guess it's the one on the
Yeah,
Wii.
yeah. Okay, I do like the part part of that where he just shoves the princess aside and grabs all of her gold.
Oh boy, but no, Mario's always been a fun character. I want
Yeah.
Luigi needs not Waluigi needs to be part of one of his games at some point.
Yeah.
Wario and
Yes.
Waluigi Superstar Saga.
Exactly.
Mario and Waluigi Sucker Star Saga. They go around ripping people off.
And they just happen to save the world while they're doing it.
Yeah.
That'd be amazing. They really need to team those two up at some point, like for an actual game.
Yeah.
But 37 Advance Wars.
I'm not an RTS guy, so.
No, this is actually turn-based strategy, Ryan. I played. Here's the thing. I played the DS Advance Wars game, the really dark
Dual
and
Strike.
gritty one.
Days of Ruin, yeah.
I think I actually turned that into GameStop, which in hindsight was a really bad idea because the game's really hard to find nowadays. But it's basically it's Fire Emblem, but I don't think it has quite as much. I don't think
There's not as much depth, and there's no permadeath.
Yeah, I feel like the lack of permadeath really kind of makes the game a little bit less stressful. Well, I think it makes the game less. I feel like I have to think through things less in Advance Wars, which could be a good or a bad thing depending on your playstyle. But for me, when I'm playing Fire Emblem, I'm super careful because I don't want anybody to die. And in Advance Wars, I can just sort of shove new units at the problem until it goes away. So I feel like it's a very different type of game, and I'm not sure if it's superior to Fire Emblem, which is the closest comparison.
It does seem ranked a little too high in my opinion. I enjoyed Advance Wars, but I eventually I stopped because I got stuck in this one mission. I just could not beat it, so I was like, oh, I'll beat it later. But I also got Dual Strike, I got Days of Ruin because I enjoyed the game so much. I just haven't played them that much, for whatever reason.
Yeah, I feel like it's a solid game. It just does not hold up as well as the Fire Emblem 7 or Awakening does. And that's kind of an unfair comparison because both of those are fantastic. But it's still good. It just I'd say it's a little bit high.
Coming in at number 36 is Donkey Kong 94.
I have
really, really good game.
I haven't even tried this one yet.
You should. If you like the Mario and Donkey Kong games, or Mario versus Donkey Kong, especially the original.
Well, when it comes to Mario versus Donkey Kong, I really only played the DS one, where the Lemmings type thing, where you bring all the toys to the door. I liked that, but I should give it a shot because it's on the Virtual Console.
Yeah, it's a damn good game.
It's funny how it plays with expectations too, because I kept hearing everybody say how great it was, so I was like, all right, I'll give it a shot. Now that it's on the Virtual Console, I picked it up. I'm like, really? We're going back through the original Donkey Kong game, which is what I kind of expected. And then once you beat the original levels for that, all of a sudden then it becomes the Mario versus Donkey Kong gameplay, and it's something completely different. I'm like, oh, now I get it. It's really quite awesome how they took the original arcade game and expanded it on the freaking Game Boy. That was just really cool.
Yeah.
Speaking of the original arcade game, one spot above it is the original Donkey Kong, which doesn't make much sense to me because 94 is a lot better. But
again, it's IGN valuing historical significance over being a better game. Which, this is where we're going to get into a lot of that coming up soon, sadly.
Yeah.
But it's not like the original Donkey Kong's a bad game. It's it's a perfectly good arcade game, and it helped save Nintendo at the time. Established Miyamoto as a director.
All because they couldn't get the license to a Popeye game.
I actually played the Popeye arcade game. I enjoyed that. But no, I mean, I played Donkey Kong as a kid and enjoyed it, but I never really played much of it because you'd beat the 4 levels and that would be it. Because I wasn't good enough to be with Billy Mitchell and get those super high scores from doing all the game over and over again. It's like no, I'll play something else.
Yeah, I think that's just sort of.
What, you're not Josh Weeby?
No.
Yeah, I feel it's just like I feel like when it comes to arcade games, it's not quite as addictive as like Pac-Man or Galaga or whatever. It's good. It's just I never really quite loved it like some of those other ones.
Yep, but Well, 34 was bound to happen eventually. Wii Sports.
If you're, it's weird because if they were gonna put any Wii Sports on this, I'd put Wii Sports Resort, which is the second Wii one, which has the Motion Plus, which I actually really liked. But even then, I would have put that at like 50 at the highest because I really liked the sword fighting game in that. That was fun. The wave race game was good. I really liked basically every mini game in that, as opposed to Wii Sports where
It's so basic.
it's a tech demo. That's really all it is a tech demo.
But I don't think I've ever played a tech demo this much because, got the Wii, brought it home from college, put in Wii Sports to show off the family what the Wii is all about, and they could not put it down. We played it so much the next day we were all stiff. All of our arms were stiff just because we were playing all the games and whatnot. And my dad doesn't play games that much, but he was addicted to bowling.
Oh, well, that's because bowling's easily the best one.
Oh, yeah. He was determined to get a perfect score. Almost got it once, too. But, yeah, he never achieved the 300, but I think he was like one frame off.
And, of course, you have to make a big Lebowski team for the bowling.
Well, of course.
You're not wrong, Walter. You're just an asshole.
Oh, shoot.
But, the original Wii Sports, I think, is fine for a tech demo. But it is very basic. I do like Resort an awful lot because I just feel like the games in that are stronger. But even still, I would put that a pretty good a ways below this.
Mm-hmm. All right.
So now Ryan's going to be pretty upset about this placement because number 33 is Mario Galaxy 2.
Yeah, this is pretty much where I expected IGN to put it.
Really? Because they gave it a higher score than Galaxy 1.
Well, because it's IGN, they don't have to have reasons for things.
Oh yeah, remember Twilight Princess got a perfect score from them when it first came out. So the score means nothing when it comes to these lists.
Good point.
Yeah.
Which makes sense because it's always different people reviewing it.
Yeah, but ultimately, I do enjoy this more than Galaxy 1.
I still
I
don't.
do too.
What? Oh, man, you guys.
Here's the thing.
The story aside.
Well, not just the story. I feel like it's just a more cohesive design in Galaxy.
No, I'm the opposite. I feel Galaxy 2 is more cohesive.
Well,
I like the gameplay of the Galaxy 2, but I do almost prefer the presentation and how you progress the game in Galaxy 1 better. It's a weird mix.
I felt like Galaxy 2 you had too many levels that you went through and then immediately forgot as soon as you left them. Where Galaxy 1, there was a more of a connection in each individual place.
I was the opposite. I felt like you spent way too long in certain levels in Galaxy 1.
I'm glaring at you through the laptop right now, Ryan.
Collecting all the green stars in Galaxy 2 was a pain.
I feel like the post game is infinitely, not infinitely, but way more annoying in Galaxy 2, and I think that's part of the reason why I've replayed Galaxy 1 almost about 10 times, but I've only done one full playthrough of Galaxy 2. So
they're both excellent, but I think Galaxy 2 edges it out just because I think I like the better challenge.
I don't really I don't really need a game to challenge me, so maybe that's it, but I don't know.
That could be it. But
32, Pokemon Johto.
Yeah, Pokemon Gold, Silver, and Crystal. Okay, now I'm torn on this because I love Gold and Silver, Gen 2. It is great, but all things considered, Heart Gold and Soul Silver really are just an upgraded game, Mm-hmm. They're just the better versions, and all the nostalgia in the world can't really undo that. And just so that we're clear, none of the Pokemon remakes are on this list at all.
What a surprise!
Big shock.
And it's not like well, Gen 2 is the original Gen 2 is aged too badly, because it's definitely more.
It's aged better than Gen 1.
Oh, Gen 1 is basically oh man.
Gen 1's practically unplayable now.
Yeah, but Gen 2 is a functional game, and it's just
Well, now that we're getting Gen 3 remakes, are we going to get Gen 1 remakes?
We don't need Fire Red and Leaf Green. Work perfectly fine for me, really.
No, we're getting Gen 4 remakes next.
Well, no, we got Gen 1 remakes when Gen 3 came out, so now that we're getting Gen 3 remakes, we need Gen 1 remakes. Hot Fire Red and Cool
Actually, I
Leaf
think
Green.
a Gen 4 remake could solve a lot of the problems you have with that game, Ted.
If they manage to put enough personality into Team Galactic that they're seeming to put in Magma and Aqua, and they make the world feel less bloated, and they cut out the stupid PAL Park restrictions where you had to fight every trainer and 12,000 other things, maybe. Maybe on a good day, I might not hate it.
But no, as a kid, I was addicted to Gold and Silver.
Yeah.
Never got Crystal, but I love Gold and Silver. It was the last Pokemon game I actually collected all 250 every Pokemon in the game.
Yeah, Gold and Silver was the first kind of real hype train game for me.
Mm-hmm.
Because I remember, going to see the first movie and seeing Snubbull and Meryl and Donphan.
Yeah.
So it's like new Pokemon, and then, I knew places that sold Japanese Pokemon cards, so we would go and get packs just to see the new Pokemon.
Yeah, I think I got a Japanese shiny Togetic. Not shiny, holographic. Sorry.
Yeah. I was gonna say you don't get shinies.
Yeah, one of my favorite things to do with the back in the day when I was playing this game was the natural music's great, but it always put me in the mood. As I had the old Pokemon soundtracks from both the TV show and the movies. I'd pop those in and listen to those songs as I was playing through.
The To Be a Master.
Yeah, I had to be a master.
Oh man.
And especially I had the Pokemon 3 soundtrack, which also had selections from that season of Pokemon for soundtrack, and just put that on repeat and listen through all the songs, and as I played through the game, and always just pumped me up to play the game. I don't know why.
Gen 2, I definitely have the most memories with this. When it comes to being my favorite generation, I really go back and forth between Gen 2
and
Gen 5. And just so that we're making it clear, when I say Gen 2, I'm talking about Johto in general, not necessarily Gold, Silver, Crystal. I would have, just in general, I would have bumped this up though. If we're not gonna have, actually, hold on. If we were gonna have Heart Gold and Soul Silver up later, I'd be okay with it here. But they don't want to count that for some reason, so I would have.
If you were to combine them all into one, it would have been. I definitely would have been top 20.
Yeah, definitely.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
So,
well, moving on to number 31, we have Mario Kart Double Dash.
Which is, you know what? This is actually one of my less favorite Mario Karts. I do not.
Really?
Yeah, because I don't like nearly any of the tracks in this game, and
the team mechanic adds nothing.
No, not really, and also I hate the way the control, how the carts control in this. I could just never get the hang of it. So
it's so weird hearing you guys not like this game, because I'm so used
No,
to
Andre likes weird
gush.
things because he man double.
I generally like the game just fine because it's Mario Kart, but yeah, it's definitely not one of my more favorite Mario Karts.
I haven't played like every Mario Kart game all the way through, but I'd put this probably as my. I can't determine whether DS is definitely my favorite. I can't decide whether I like 8 or Dash more. I'm going to say I like 8 more in general, but Dash has a lot of good ideas.
I like 8
was
more
really
than...
fun. I liked playing with all my friends in using the dual mechanic. Really wanted to try to get a LAN going where you can get 16 people playing the game at the same time. And I thought the idea of each character having a unique item. I'm
the opposite. I do not like that at all because it meant that I always had to be Koopa Troopa and Paratroopa because that's the only way to get triple shells. I feel like that. I feel like it limited you too much because if you want to have a specific item, you need to play a specific weight class, and it's just. I felt like that it overcomplicated Mario Kart too much. I did not like that mechanic.
Maybe they'll revisit it. Who knows? They obviously dropped most of the ideas from this game since then. But I don't know. It's a fun little game.
Yeah. Number 30, WarioWare Twisted. I've only played the first one on Game Boy Advance.
Yeah, I've only played the first Game Boy Advance game too.
I've never played a WarioWare game. The closest I got was
I saw that it was essentially motion controls. So I'm like, nope.
Well, this came out before the Wii, so
Still, even then I knew I didn't want motion controls.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
I wasn't that interested, and I heard a bunch of good things about WarioWare, but I just never played any of the games, and I think maybe I went to a friend's place and played Smooth Moves on the Wii, and then I played Game and Wario, and that's about it. And neither one, but they're both fine, but neither one has been enough for me to actually want to go out and buy a game. But yeah.
At number 29, Super Mario RPG.
Okay, this. I do not get this being ranked above Thousand Year Door because I think that is the better game, and that's not even the best song from Mario RPG. Shut up.
It's a legacy choice again.
Yeah, it's just
because I would agree that both the Mario Luigi games and the Paper Mario, especially Thousand Year Door,
it's the starting point for all the Mario RPGs. So.
I get that, but that doesn't make it better.
No, I'm not saying it's better.
I would in a heartbeat put Mario and Luigi above this.
I would say Thousand Year Door is better. Yes.
Here's the thing.
But Mario RPG is still probably my second favorite.
I do want to give this game a second chance because I feel a lot of the people saying that, oh my god, it's the best game ever. Again, it's one of those situations where I ended up not liking it because of the overhype. So I do want to go into it with a more even viewpoint to see if I can appreciate it. But it's
also that you're coming back to it.
Yeah. The humor's not going to be as sharp.
Yeah, because I mean, this is the first game and they treated Bowser as a joke, and that was funny. They reference Mario's mime stats and have him, mimic and play act all the plot details when he's explaining.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just...
And I think this was also a lot of people's first RPG, which,
well, that's
definitely
it's supposed
played in
yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
it's meant to be a beginner's RPG.
Yeah, well, I think when it comes to that point, I feel like the Paper Mario games make a better first RPG experience.
Well, now they do, but again, you're going back to Mario RPG.
Yeah, because I feel like this is a little bit too Final Fantasy because I felt like the numbers, the damage numbers were kind of meaningless, as opposed to it's very clear in Paper Mario you do 1 damage or 2 damage, and I could never get the timing on the action commands. Right.
Timed hits.
Action commands. Every other game calls them that.
Toad calls them timed hits.
You're gonna listen to Toad? Really?
Timed hits.
You didn't respond to
Watch
that,
out.
Ryan.
Watch out. He knows about timed hits.
You didn't respond to that immediately, Ryan.
That's what the game calls them, timed hits.
Well, this game's wrong.
This game came first. 28 Earthbound.
I got on the Virtual Console. I played up until what's the second city called? Tucson or whatever it is. Have not met Paula yet, but I played through a little bit. Then I got just caught up with work, and I hadn't been able to go back to it. But it's an interesting RPG design. It's not one of my favorite RPG designs. I'd have to get farther to say whether or not it actually affects me or anything like that, and it lives up to all the hype that everybody has.
Run, roo. run, roo.
I think a part of it is the whole effect that Ted has, where it's hyped up so much and you finally get to play it and you're like, okay, I kind of get it, but it's still not great. I mean, I think even if once I beat it, I'll probably appreciate it and understand why everybody loves it. But it won't crack my top 5 RPGs.
I think for me, it was underwhelming in that sense, but also in a visual and especially a visual and a gameplay sense. Because visually this game is
visually the game looks awful.
Yeah, it's I hear people trying to defend its art design, and you can try to argue that, but to me it just looks like somebody did these in MS Paint. And gameplay wise, it's about as basic of an RPG as you can get. It's basically Dragon Quest, but But the thing is that by 1995, I think either Dragon Quest.
We already had Chrono Trigger. We already had
Final Fantasy
3.
And even Dragon Quest at this point had 5 and I think 6 had come out, where you had more than 4 characters to use. You had more than just your mage, your tank, your white, your healer, etc. You could mix and match classes and all of this other stuff. It's just, I get that it's weird, and I can sort of see why it has a following. It's just I just can't get into it, and I just kind of think it's. I don't hate it. I don't think it's horrible. I don't think it's the worst game ever made. So please stop saying I think that. But it's just I can't get into it. So yeah.
Anyway,
Number 27, Mario Kart 8. Where's my F-Zero Nintendo?
It's
is
still a
F-Series
very
8 GX not on this?
no.
It's still kind of early, but
Okay, yeah.
This is a very good Mario Kart game. I think it is the best since DS we've gotten.
yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
I just think that they're, especially when it comes to track designs, I think this is one of the strongest in the series. It's just, I was playing Mario Kart online earlier today, and I could not win I could not get in the top half for like a half hour.
The item balance is terrible.
And I also,
point.
this is
Well, that's a Mario Kart problem.
well, no, I feel like it's worse in this one because the coin mechanic, and not just the coin item, but the coin, like having to have 10 coins to reach your top speed, I think is a stupid mistake because it punishes you beyond just getting hit by the item. Now, suddenly you can't catch up either. Because you're behind in top speed. Especially if something happens like, get hit by a lightning bolt over a pit where you lose 6 coins instead of 3, and then you're basically just boned. It's just stuff like that really bothers me.
I think I've already told you what happened to me where I was like in first place and I had the super horn. I'm feeling really good, and I see a blue shell coming. I'm like, all right, I prepared. I'm not going to lose my place. I'm in good shape. Lightning bolt. Drop the super horn. Hit by the blue shell. All the way back to like 7th or 8th.
At the very least, it's more balanced than Wii, where there were like 4 blue shells every match, and frequently I would find myself in 8th when I was in 1st for the good majority of it. So there's that. At the very least, it's an improvement there, but I still think that I still feel like there's some kind of odd decisions about it.
Yeah. But.
Anyway, number 26. It's again Ryan's favorite franchise.
For only 4 games in the series, 4 games in the U.S. that's in the series, and it's had 3 of them on this list. That's impressive.
What's people's issue with City Folk? I like that one.
I never played that one. Well, like I said, this is the only one I've played.
So much guilt tripping.
You didn't even play it. You never experienced the guilt trip.
I know how it works.
I will say that
I do like the jokes Isabelle brings.
Yeah,
to basically the Nintendo as a whole, not Animal Crossing.
Yeah, I like Isabelle. I really liked Isabelle. So I think that Animal Crossing needed a character like that.
No, she blew up. I mean, I think it's the first time that Animal Crossing. You can correct me if I'm wrong here, of course. Isabelle's the first character that's been just generally nice at all times. And that's kind of rare in Animal Crossing, isn't it?
Yeah, they're really picky. Oh, I want you to go gather 50,000 things for me. I hate you. You never visit me.
What? Dude, this game's ruining your life.
No, but why do I love it so much?
But yeah, no, she was an excellent addition. It's really cool how much she's taken off. And I mean, you got all these classic characters like Rossetti and Tom Nook and Isabelle. Isabelle is the one getting.
Tom Nook, the crime boss.
Yeah, but in Isabelle's the I think it does say a lot because Isabelle's the one getting the
assist trophy. She's the
trophy
one becoming a racer.
Yeah, so I think it just goes to show how popular she's becoming. So yeah. I'm happy about that. I follow her on Twitter, although she doesn't say much anymore, other than reminding you about Animal Crossing holidays. So.
Mm-hmm. Oh well. Anyway,
number 25 is Star Fox 64.
Do a barrel roll. Use the boost to chase. Try a somersault.
I like Falco's quotes better than Pepe's, honestly, because he's such a dick.
Gee, I've been saved by Fox. How swell.
Slippy for Smash 4. Slippy for Smash 4.
No.
Come on, guys. He'd be funny.
No.
He'd be fun to beat up, and that's about it.
Yeah.
People are saying that about the Duck Hunt dog, and he looks fun to play. So,
but yeah,
I'm super excited to play as him.
So,
but this is the best Star Fox game by far.
What about 3D? Or do you think the N64 is better than that?
Well, it's the same game.
Okay.
Yeah, it's the difference between Ocarina of Time and Ocarina of Time 3D. Nothing's really changed except for a couple control options. No, I remember
just
in middle school.
Do that again,
but
Nintendo.
then that would be the 4th time Nintendo's remade the original Star Fox.
Eh,
By that I mean just no dinosaur planet bullshit, no kind of drawing for on a map crap.
just simple
Space
shooter
combat.
controls. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I remember in middle school, people talking in this all the time about the multiplayer in this game, and I never actually played any of the multiplayer in Star Fox 64, but people loved it. And I finally got the chance to play the game when it hit Virtual Console. Played the heck out of it. It really is just simple shooter fun. So
I never really could.
hopefully the next.
Oh,
go ahead.
yeah. Well, I could never really get into Star Fox, maybe just because it was a little bit too simple, I guess. But I can certainly understand why people love it so much. Is really all I
Yeah.
have to say about that.
I love Star Fox 64 so much.
Hopefully the new one will be able to bring the series back to this point.
Yeah.
Though I always have we constantly have Chris Niozzi, Kerbifer on for Smash discussions, and he informed us that it is indeed Star Fox's original actor is taking over for Fox in Smash 3DS.
Yay.
So he gets to be the one doing all those quotes, which he's still not a great actor, I don't think.
No, but it's Norm Charmy.
Exactly. So you get that with Fox now.
Yeah.
Check your G diffusers, guys. What does that even do anyway, other than diffuse Gs?
It helps them fly.
Yeah.
But no, to me, this voice acting in Star Fox 64 is like the Sonic Adventure 1 and 2 voice acting. It's Norm Charmy.
Oh yeah. Without a doubt.
It's not inherently good. It's just kind of
It's charming.
Yeah.
So, but here we go. 5th generation did indeed place higher than second generation.
Yeah, I would have
Pokemon
bumped
Black
this
and
up.
White.
Yeah, I would have bumped this up into the to close to the top 10 at the very least. Because I love
Yeah, top 15.
Yeah, I love Black and White so much. I know some people don't like the designs of the Pokemon, but I feel like I liked having a game where it was all new Pokemon. So because they didn't even have to dip into the backlog ever. And also,
Yeah, you got a lot of ones that are similar to the Pokemon you already have, but not quite as much as even Gen 3.
Yeah, because I feel like in Gen 6 there was not an awful lot of new Pokemon in that, so it felt like I was catching a lot of the same stuff over again. But this game, it easily has the strongest story of any Pokemon game, which at the time when I was playing it, I didn't think that I'd care about the plot, and this proved me wrong so much.
It really did. It was so weird to see Pokemon bring up the idea that what if catching Pokemon is wrong? Of course,
it's not.
No, Pokemon love it.
Yeah,
of course it's not wrong.
But
it was interesting to see that was the key plot point for this game.
Yeah, so because it is something that people bring up an awful lot. If only just because of a parody or nature or whatever. But I felt like it was, and is an interesting villain, Dennis or Gestus.
Dennis.
Dennis, not so much, but he's. But I love this game.
Well, he's there to be a obligatory final boss.
Yeah. Although I think N worked pretty well as the final boss, because he's got
he's got the other
legendary and all that. So
the Pokemon games need to do that more, where the final boss or one of the main antagonists actually catches a legendary.
Well, N made such an interesting rival as well, and I think I forgot to bring this up with X and Y, but the rival system in X and Y sucked.
Yeah, I didn't
you could not get
the only good.
The
only good thing about that is that you can nickname yourself.
Yeah.
Senpai.
Oh yeah.
Cock.
But yeah,
big cock.
And it's probably one of the better rivals the series has ever had.
Yeah,
and in Silver are the two best ones.
Definitely.
By far. I don't consider Blue kind of a rival in a sense. He's kind of. It's hard to describe Blue.
He's a dick.
Yeah.
Sorry, not Blue. Asshat.
Yeah.
I think he has his own character arc. I think.
Yeah.
So yeah, he is kind of his own thing. He doesn't. So yeah, you're right about that.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I don't think Black and White 2 are on this list, but I consider them a package deal, really. So because I think I could play Black and White and then go straight into Black and White 2 without getting tired. So
yeah.
So I would slap Black and White 2 next to it and then jump it up a good bunch, and yeah.
Mm-hmm. makes sense.
So, coming in at number 23, we have the permanent fixture of college dorms everywhere, GoldenEye.
GoldenEye is just so much fun to play multiplayer.
Yeah.
I think that was one of the most fun things we did when we were at PAX, was just play GoldenEye.
Least deadly, yeah, I killed 4 people.
Yeah, oh man, I didn't.
No, you're just mostly harmless.
Harmless. He's not completely harmless, just mostly harmless.
This is a game I actually did not play. I have not played much of.
Odd Job is banned. No mines in the warehouse.
I know people love it to death, but I've barely played it. By the time I was in the whole console shooter scene, it was all Halo all the time, and so I barely played any GoldenEye. And,
this is what made the Halo possible.
Yeah, and I can't go back to it. Like, I can't even go back and see let's see what all the hype was about, and I try to play it, and it's like, oh god, this is terrible. I cannot get used to the controls.
Because you just had to be there.
Yeah, exactly. You had to play it at the time because now you're used to modern controls, and it's really difficult to go back to N64 controls for a first-person shooter.
It's just weird that this is the only licensed. I'm sure it's the only licensed game on here.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah.
But it's so high up.
Well, that's because it's golden.
It's kind of weird. Yeah.
This is. I would consider this a legacy title.
Yeah,
I would actually place this lower down the list.
Yeah, honestly, I would too, because the controls have aged quite a bit.
By the way, look at the Bond face and his fingers. It's as an extension of his face. You'll never unsee it again.
Yeah. Because nobody remembers the single player. It's all because of the multiplayer, and so I would. And
the single player was pretty good still.
Yeah, I'd place this only a couple positions above where they put Perfect Dark, but
yeah.
But I have no nostalgia for that whatsoever.
Now number 2 is Banjo-Kazooie, which I think
22.
22.
Yeah, 22 is Banjo-Kazooie.
You wish it was.
You're dreaming there.
Yeah. If they had put Tooie around the same spot as Kazooie, I'd be okay with this. Because, again, I can understand that whether you like Kazooie or Tooie more is more of a gameplay preference. If you like something closer to Mario 64, you're probably going to like something Kazooie more. But if you want something that's more of an open-ended adventure thing, which is generally what I like, you're going to like Tooie better. But I don't get why they're so far apart. Because Kazooie is near the top of the list, and Tooie is at the very bottom, and that's just, no. I'm sorry, but it's not that much better. In fact, it's not better at all. It's the worst. It's the worst one.
Switch them?
Yeah. No, I wouldn't switch them because I get that Kazooie has its fans, and this sort of list isn't just about me. But if not neck and neck, and then at least within 10 spots of each other, I'd be happy with it. So, yeah, I know Ryan doesn't like this game very much, though.
I like it okay. I just would much prefer to play Mario 64.
Well, what makes you like that better? Because from what I can tell, this game, well, aside from things like
there's too much to collect in Banjo-Kazooie.
Because okay, I can understand that because
you have to get all the notes in order to keep going in the game. You have to get Mumbo tokens to get the transformations to get Jiggies. You have to scour for 5 Jinjos to get 1 Jiggy.
Yeah, that's why
there's just kind of too much.
I feel like that's why I feel like Tooie's better because they streamline.
Yeah, if it was a bit more streamlined, I might like it better. But
I do like
Mario 64 is just a bit simpler to me. It's here's the thing you have to do, go do it.
I do like how Banjo-Kazooie allowed you to complete all the missions you needed to do in a world in one go.
Yeah,
that's something that 64.
Yeah, that's the only thing I don't like about 64.
Yeah, I pretty much said my fill. Like I said, it still plays very well to this day.
Yeah,
it's just some design choices makes it, I think, holds it back slightly from being an absolute classic in my mind. But it's still a very good game, excellent platformer.
I think that all those design choices are fixed in Tooie, so you should play that. It's a really good game.
Like I said, I'll get to it eventually.
Preferably, now that we have the option, I'd say, even though I haven't touched
I'm never going to get a 360, and I'm not going to get a 360 just to play that.
Maybe,
I will get it on 60. I will get it on Nintendo 64.
Well, then you have to deal with the frame rate. And it doesn't, I played through the entire game without really noticing it when I was a kid. It's only when I go back that I notice it, and it doesn't really it doesn't really hurt too much because the game's still playable. It's not like it freezes up or anything. It's just annoying how inconsistent it can be.
Yeah. I will say though, a lot of it's really funny how a lot of people are like, well, Duck Hunt Dog is kind of like getting Banjo-Kazooie in.
Well, I
Smash.
appreciate that they at least made one of the color schemes like that, because Banjo-Kazooie was such a defining game of the N64. It was one of the.
But they're never gonna get the characters in because rare.
Oh no,
Just buy them Pac-Man.
That duck is adorable.
Buy the
That duck is adorable.
buy Rare back, please.
It
Never
wouldn't be
gonna
the same.
happen.
It's not. It'd be a
not the
terrible
same
deal.
Rare.
It's not the same Rare.
No, but I don't care about the studio or the people working there. I care about the IPs. Buy those. It's not like Microsoft's using them for anything.
Well, people are already having Nintendo save up so they can buy Mega Man.
Yeah. It's like that one comic when they announced they were buying Minecraft. Welcome to the Microsoft family of characters. It's a broom closet, and all the characters are just chained to the wall.
How true.
Yeah.
All right. Well,
21, Fire Emblem Awakening. Such a good game.
I love
really
it. I
is.
actually think that this is about where it should be. Actually,
Yeah.
because I love this game, but I don't think it would. I don't think it would crack my all-time favorites. But it's still so good. Like,
I've not even completed it, and I can tell you it's an excellent game.
how far did you
'cause,
get?
I think like chapter 13, 14.
Okay, so you just started the whole Valm thing.
Yeah.
Then. Okay.
So I'm been getting all that through there, but Fire Emblem's an interesting series to me because I obviously started playing it because of Smash Brothers, and
Well, everyone in the West knows it because of Smash Brothers.
yeah, and the first game in the series I actually picked up was Path of Radiance, and I really enjoyed.
We
Path
like
of Radiance.
Ike. We like
That's
Ike.
not on. That's not on here. I think we went over before.
That's a criminal.
Yeah.
That's criminal to me because Path of Radiance.
Path of Radiance is the second best one.
Yeah, easily. It's really challenging. It has some really great
It's
characters.
Awakening #1, Path of Radiance #2, and everything else is just kind of after.
No, I liked the Game Boy one. Game Boy
Sacred.
Fire Emblem.
Just Fire Emblem.
Yeah.
Yeah. I still need to play Radiant Dawn, which
apparently that one's
I got-
very from
oh,
what
it's
I've heard.
brutal. I played a bit of it. It is brutal. Like that might be the hardest Fire Emblem game out there. Like,
Not
I
even Lunatic
I tried out
Plus.
Awakening.
Lunatic Plus Awakening is apparently ridiculous.
I haven't done that, but I've got my butt kicked on hard on Awakening, and I'd still label just a regular mode on Radiant Dawn even harder than that. It is. Be prepared to lose characters. You might even have to sacrifice a few just to make progress.
No, it is not Fire Emblem unless if you restart that half-hour-long chapter to make sure everybody gets through alive.
I made it actually all the way through Path of Radiance, losing only one character, and I lost him in the final battle. I was like, you know what? Whatever. It was the classic arrow guy, the old guard bow and arrow guy. I can't remember his name, red hair, but yeah.
Let a
I've only
character
lost him once.
die.
On the last level, and it was a cheap shot at the second to last turn. I was like, you know what? I just want to see how this game ends.
I don't know
And
if we can be friends anymore.
Nope. He had to die in order for me to win. It would be interesting to actually go through a Fire Emblem game and play as like, okay, I cannot reset.
That's basically Nuzlocke, basically.
Yeah.
Essentially, but it would be interesting.
It's Nuzlocke without the sort of fakeness to it.
Yeah.
To me, at the very least.
Yeah.
So, very good game. I think I love Awakening so much.
Yeah. Ditto. Well,
Number 20,
Ryan,
my favorite racing game of all time, F-Zero GX.
this I kept hearing so much about F-Zero, and then I of course experienced Captain Falcon with Melee. I was like, okay, let's check out this F-Zero.
Yes.
Let's check out this series, and it's a lot of fun. But boy, does it kick my ass! It just I can't like even regular races are really tough for me.
Mario Kart is there to get you introduced to racing conventions and ideas and stuff. F-Zero GX is for the skilled players.
I don't deny that.
And ultimately there's nothing wrong with that. I think that was one thing that really bugged me about Nintendo. It's like 99% of their stuff kind of after the GameCube was everything has to be super casual and super friendly to new players. Like, no, it doesn't have to be.
Or at the very least,
No.
I feel like a lot of it ended up using the Kirby model, or if there is hard stuff in the game, it's shoved into an extra mode, where there's not which I think works for some franchises and not for others.
Yeah.
But F-Zero is the expert, or for more advanced players.
Oh yeah, without a doubt. Now, of course, you want a new F-Zero game, but do you want the same developers as GX? I mean, I don't even know what Amusement Visions have been up to lately.
They're gone now.
Oh, are they? So it's not even possible to get the same team.
Well,
Yeah.
unless if you wanted to scour the world collecting the 7 Dragon Ball, I mean the Amusement Visions employees. But man, they were a good team. They made Monkey Ball, the good Monkey Balls.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you think about getting the team that does Sonic and All Stars Racing Transform? Because I really enjoyed that game.
Possibly. Again, I just want one at this point. It's been so long. It's like I was saying, kind of around the time 3D World was coming out. I just want a new game. I would take a 7.5 F-Zero or Star Fox over a 9 Mario at this point, just to get something different.
Yeah, just to get it out there, get it back in people's consciousness, really. Because
I think I really agreed with something you said, which I don't think is actually going to be up by the time we upload this. But everybody needs a turn. I think it's something you said during one of our commentaries, and I feel like that's true. And sometimes they do that. Like occasionally we'll get a Pikmin.
That's why I like the GameCube so much. Everyone got a turn.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But nowadays, we got a Pikmin or like a Donkey Kong, but a lot of stuff still hasn't been used in forever, and I feel like we need that needs to happen a little bit.
I'm really hoping Nintendo's going to turn that around and really push that, because there's a lot of characters they can work with. I still think an Ice Climbers game,
a download game, just make the controls good, make it just have them climb mountains. That's all you really need.
And make it co-op, make it competitive.
Yeah, that could work.
There's it's completely possible to turn Ice Climbers into a really good modern game.
Yeah.
And I just like to see that for a lot of these characters, and hopefully F-Zero is one of them eventually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, anyway, 19.
At least we have Smash.
Yep.
Speaking of 19, Smash Brothers Melee. Yes.
Yeah, this is the reason a lot of people bought a GameCube. This is the reason I wanted a GameCube. And
It's the best-selling GameCube game for a reason.
Yeah, I played the hell out of it. I wanted every trophy.
I got every trophy.
Yeah, I did too. It was worth it. I'm ready and willing to go for all the trophies in 3DS and Wii U too, because for whatever reason I love collecting trophies. I think it's the trivia. You get that trophy and then you get a little bit of trivia about those characters that you may or may not know, and it's always really fun to me. So, but yeah, no, there's no different here. I played the hell out of Melee just like everybody else.
And we already know your opinions, Ted.
Yeah, nobody cares what
Based
I
on
think.
the retrospective.
Nope.
Well, it's hard to talk about Smash Brothers when we just did a retrospective on it.
Yeah. So.
Number 18, WarioWare Inc. Mega Micro Games. It's the only one I played, and it's a damn good one.
Wait, is this referring to the GameCube one?
The first.
Oh,
the first game.
Yeah, I played this. This was really fun. It was one of the Ambassador games, I think.
Yeah.
Well, I know everybody was like, it's so weird. It has a nose-picking mini game and all that stuff. That's what everybody always references, the nose-picking one. And no,
it's weird, but it's really fun.
Yeah, I wanted to try it, but by the time I got to it, there was
and it's damn perfect for being a handheld game.
Yeah.
No, it's quick for those short bursts, and it really helped give Wario his own identity as well. His own outfit that is the primary outfit in Smash Brothers. I mean, it says something there. Wario got his own personality with thanks to these games, and there's something to be said about that. And no, I probably should play it at some point, but it's there's so many out right now. It's like, okay, where do I start?
Just play the first one.
Yeah, it's probably the best way to go, because I wasn't a big fan of Game and Wario.
I think that's on it might be on the Virtual Console on the Wii U, but don't quote me on that one.
It's one of the rare instances where the first one is actually the best.
What's the well? I'm assuming motion controls for the Wii one is one of the issues there.
Smooth moves. So, all right.
Number 17, Ted. Why haven't you played this yet? It's Wind Waker.
Because trying to fit a game like Zelda into my backlog, into my playset, into my time frame is just hard to do, man.
Fair enough.
It's the same reason
Yeah.
why I have PS3 RPGs still lying around. I'd like to play Ni no Kuni or Tales of Xillia, or Xenoblade, but there's only so many hours in the day, and I value being able to finish something. But it's so weird, Wind Waker, where when it came out, everybody hated it because because of its cartoon style, and now nobody will shut up about how great it is. So,
No, when it came out, everyone who played it saw it as a good game.
Mm-hmm.
The problem was that basically Nintendo kind of inadvertently promised us Ocarina of Time Link with the tech demo in TGS 2000.
Mm-hmm. I never understood the backlash it got. I kind of understood why people were upset, but I was really willing to accept this new Link, and I thought it worked beautifully. When I finally played it, it was gorgeous. And this was honestly the first Zelda game I played that I bought myself. I mean, I played Ocarina of Time a little bit before, but that was really after the fact, and I borrowed a friend's N64 to do it, and I enjoyed it, but there was something very special to me about Wind Waker, and I label this as my favorite Zelda game, bar none. This is my favorite, and the HD, Wind Waker HD on Wii U improves it in every way. So that is the definitive edition, and I will always remember the final battle against Ganondorf in this game. Is honestly one of the coolest gaming moments I've ever experienced, because I just got a nice whoa,
stabbing him through the skull.
Yeah. Because it was like such a kiddie game, and all of a sudden he does this awesome flip and then just drives it down right into his skull, and all he does is laugh as he turns into stone. It's like, okay, that's badass in so many levels.
Also creepy.
Creepy, yes, but it's also really badass, and
Yeah,
love this game.
it's definitely up there as one of the best Zelda games.
Mm-hmm. Without a doubt. So,
Okay, here's one that I don't get. Punch Out. Like,
You had to be there.
I guess it's just... It's basically Simon Says. You see the tell, you punch. You see the tell, you dodge. It's not incredibly deep, I've found.
it's simple fun. I
But
never played the original.
you got to beat up Mike Tyson.
Well, not really. Good luck with that. No, I never played the original Punch-Out. I didn't get into the Punch-Out series until Wii, and played the little bit of that, and because I kind of felt like you did. It just seemed very simple, but when you actually play it and you're looking for the tells, like, it is fun to look for the tells and see what you got to do and buck and weave and everything else that you got to do, and it did become a lot of fun. It also, once you got to the later levels, got extremely frustrating because the time frame that you had to dodge some of this stuff or counter some of this stuff was just insane, and it was just like, it carried my interest for a short time, and it was a lot of fun, but I can't take on the higher difficulties at all.
Well, my problem with it is that it didn't feel like a fair difficulty, because it didn't feel like it's something I could beat on my first try. Like, you were almost guaranteed to lose against the harder boxers.
Well, to be fair, that was basically every NES game.
Well, even in the Wii one, if you aren't familiar with their tells from the NES game, because it's basically just a remake. But the first time you try to fight somebody, you just aren't going to win. So it didn't feel like a fair challenge to me. It felt like you had to memorize, and that's not really, to me, very satisfying. So I do like the presentation in the Wii version. Like, I think all the characters are really cool, and they animate smoothly, and it looks nice, and the music's good. It's just I can't get behind the gameplay of this.
Mm-hmm.
Fair enough. Number 15, Super Mario World 2 Yoshi's Island. I've never been a fan of the Yoshi games, actually.
I've only played DS. I want them to port the SNES version so I can try this, because I don't want to play the Game Boy one.
I've only played the Game Boy one. No, when I played it, it was fine. It was I did enjoy myself playing it because I didn't know the original's music at all. I didn't quite get the whole tinniness. I kind of to a degree, but I didn't understand it. What kills me is getting everything in this game is so pointless and so difficult. But the main game itself is really fun, and it's a classic for a reason. But it is very different from the Mario games. It's definitely, like, Yoshi does play in his own way, but this and Yoshi's New Island are the only two Yoshi games I've ever played.
Yeah, I've played Yoshi's Island DS, which was all right, but I'm actually really looking forward to the Yarn Yoshi Woolly World. Was it? I think that's going to end up being
Yeah,
really good. So I'm looking forward to that. But yeah, I feel like I haven't played this, but DS, from what I hear, is just sort of a more loosely designed uh, Mario World 2, and so I do like the appeal of just having a level where you just sort of try to find all the stuff in it. I like that idea. So I
hmm
think that I would enjoy this when I get around to playing it eventually.
if they ever decide to release the SNES version.
Apparently, there's some emulation problem with it or something, which makes it difficult. But
Well, it's one of the few games that uses the Super FX chip, so.
yeah, I think
Mhm.
it's part of why Star Fox never really gets ported. Although that might also
Yeah.
just be because Star Fox 64 is the better game.
Yeah. At number 14, we have Legend of Zelda: Link's Awakening.
Never played this one, so mm.
I have. It's good. I would not put it above Wind Waker.
Yeah. Or Link Between Worlds or Majora's Mask.
Yeah, this should be either. This should be right around where they put or the Oracle games because they play very similarly. But it's up to you. It's up to your personal taste whether you find the Oracle games better or Link's Awakening better. But I do not find this better than Wind Waker. It's good, but as I watched Johnny's reviews of it, and he's right. It is a major hassle to just continually switch out the items, and it makes for some interesting puzzles. But it also just takes a lot of time to just go into the menu, switch out the items, do the item, switch back to what you had before, and it really slows down the pace. Fine game though.
Okay, now here's one that sort of seems way too hard because number 13 is Mario Kart 64.
So much nostalgia, but I admit that's all it is for me.
Yeah, because Mario Kart 64 does have a lot good going for it. I love all. There's a reason why almost every single track from Mario Kart 64 has been brought back in retro.
Do not challenge me in Royal Raceway. You will lose.
Easily the best. Not I won't say easily because Mario Kart DS has just as good of a battle mode. But this is I think where battle mode really hit its stride. The music's outstanding, but it just does not control as good as the other games. The control has aged a lot.
Yeah, pure gameplay. It's it definitely shows its age, and I think that's why I had such a hard time coming back to it on the virtual console because you hear all the it's so great, and you go back and yeah, it's okay.
Well, no, I can still
no,
go back and play it just fine, but it's I will. Mario Kart DS and even 8, I'd say 8 and maybe not Wii, but yeah, I hate that game. It's just I can. It's still playable. It's not like it's broken or anything. It's just the other games are tighter, for the most part.
Mhm.
I'd still say this controls better than Double Dash, though. It feels more natural to me at the very least. Maybe it's because I played it more. I don't know.
I'd put this in the top 50, but not. I don't think I'd put it in the top 25.
No, I wouldn't either. Nostalgia and historical significance can only take it so far, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Yep.
Number 12, Super Mario Galaxy.
yeah, I love this game. This is, I think, probably
Mm-hmm.
my favorite not RPG Mario game.
It is fantastic.
I love this so much because it's also one of the only times in recent memory Mario's done something completely out there and it's worked all the way through. Because I like Sunshine, but that has its issues. Well, occasionally a spin-off will try something different, but those usually have their own things. This is one of the only times I think where Mario has taken a completely different gameplay mechanic and it's worked so well, and it meshes so well with what they've already established. So.
Mm-hmm. The music's fantastic. The graphics are fantastic.
Yeah.
It actually does a completely different, completely unique story.
Well, not completely unique, but at least it feels more unique.
With Rosalina.
Yeah.
Rosalina adds a lot to it, I believe, and I'm glad she's become a permanent fixture of the Mario universe. Baby Rosalina aside,
yeah, it shouldn't exist. It's not a.
It should be child. If anything, it should be child Rosalina, like adolescent. That makes sense at least.
Sorry, that baby Rosalina just puts a bad taste in my mouth.
But no, it is. There's a reason it's so critically acclaimed. It is just a brilliant game.
Yeah, so Ryan is not saying anything, which I think is telling because he's trying.
No, I like the game just fine. It's just I just prefer Galaxy 2.
Yeah.
And you like 64 more, and that's wrong. Better than 64. You're wrong.
Says the guy who likes the 108th place game.
That's just wrong. IGN's wrong too.
No,
Well,
Galaxy and Galaxy 2 are definitely my favorite of the 3D Marios.
Speaking of games Ted so loves,
Zelda 1 is number 11. This is.
I'm honestly surprised it's not in the top 10.
I'm glad it's not in the top 10. That really pissed me off. Because.
well, it's just barely not in the top 10.
Yeah.
Let me have my victories, man.
No.
Look, I get it's.
It's 10 times the place higher than Banjo-Tooie is.
Oh, man. Damn. Look, I get that it's a significant game. It's one of the first games where you can save and it's open world and yada yada. It controls like ass and the secrets are bullshit in this. It is. I cannot play this and have fun. I can't.
Here's the problem with going back to the Zelda. Unless you have it memorized, you need to have a guide in order to complete it.
Yeah, and I think
because you can't. You have to have a lot of patience and a lot of time in order to just wander your way through this game.
And it bothers me that people were like, "Oh, well, back in my day, we figured out these secrets on your own." Huh? I seem to remember this game coming with a map, a detailed map with all the secrets on it. You didn't figure out shit on your own.
Also, Nintendo Power probably helped.
Nintendo Power helped a lot too. It's just, stuff you need to find. You have to bomb walls that you have no indication on them. It's just this game doesn't tell you anything, and you need I will admit there is a certain amount of there's something to be said about having to figure out everything on some things on your own, but not everything. Not everything has to be this cryptic mess. And I still think that the game controls like ass nowadays. Because you can't move in 8 directions, and I never feel like... I always feel like I'm going to get myself hurt if I try to stab someone with the sword. So it's just... it frustrates me to play. Like, I'm mostly on most of the Zelda games. Like, some of them I think are good, some of them I think I'm eh. This is the only one I legitimately do not like.
It's a good starting place, and this is it's obviously a legacy pick. And as I'm looking down through the rest, most of the other games in this list are definitely legacy picks.
Yeah,
particularly number 10, Pokemon Red, Blue, Yellow.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
I'm sorry. As much as I enjoyed Gen 1's Pokemon, kind of what it brought to the gaming, its story, etc., the battle mechanics of Gen 1 are near unplayable now.
Yeah. Special stat, psychic types.
Rap.
Yeah, rap. Not to mention that I think it has some of the most obnoxious dungeons in the series. Particularly Dark Cave, the Silphco building, Lavender Tower. It's just one of
Pokemon Mansion.
Pokemon Mansion, yeah. It's just
I will say, as a legacy game, it's an excellent choice because I played the hell out of it when I was a kid. I was extremely lucky. My mother found a discarded copy in a parking lot,
what?
like a blue. Like, yeah, that's how I got exposed to Pokemon. She was coming back from the grocery store, a store, I forget, shopping somewhere, and saw the cartridge of Pokemon Blue just laying there in the parking lot. She picked it up, was like, well, he has a Game Boy. I'll take it back and see if he's interested.
You just realized that she stole some poor 8-year-old's Pokemon.
Hey,
copy.
He dropped it. Not my fault. So give it to me, and it's like, hey, have you heard of this? It's like, oh yeah, I remember those commercials. Yeah, I'll check it out. And boom.
Did you
hooked.
deleted that poor kid's save file, didn't you?
Did I? I can't remember. I did. I probably did. I can't remember.
You got deleting someone's Pokemon save files like deleting a part of their life.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tough luck for that kid. He lost it, and he should have kept better hold of it.
It's just Gen 1 as a base still works because Fire Red and Leaf Green are very fun games, but just Red, Blue, and Yellow do not hold up very well, like at all.
And I would still even put the fire red leaf green below,
Gold, silver,
the other
yeah.
gold, silver. And,
If red, blue, and yellow had to be on here as a legacy pick, I would have swapped it with where black and white was. If we had to do that, preferably gold and silver, but whatever. I go back and forth between gold and silver and black and white, so it doesn't really matter which is where to me.
All right.
Coming in at number 9, Super Mario Brothers 3.
No, you didn't say it right. Johnny's not here to bitch at us about wizard references, so we could go all out if we wanted to.
True.
Do we feel like it? Are we in the mood?
No.
Okay.
We've been talking for a while.
Yeah, I think we're almost at over 3.5 hours. Jesus.
Yeah. I will say that I've never seen The Wizard, and I figured out this is my favorite game of all time.
What?
Bar none.
God damn it, Movie Bob. When did you get in here?
No, it really is. I have never played a game as much as I have Super Mario Brothers 3. I played it to death, and I figured out all the secrets on my own. Even the one that you guys like, even the one about the whistle. I figured that out on my own because I had the raccoon suit. I knew you could fly, so I was like, you know what? I played it so much, I was like, why not? I'll try to get above and see what I can do. Because I remembered back from Super Mario, the original, how you could get above and do all that stuff. So I was like, all right, cool. I'll check that stuff out. And I just happened to do it in the right place. Found the whistle. I was like, sweet.
Did you find the treasure ship on your own?
I accidentally got the treasure ship on my own. The only thing I never knew about was the thing Johnny showed off in your playthroughs.
The White House?
The White House. I've never seen that before. I was shocked because I thought I knew this game back to front, and I've never seen that before. But everything...
I knew about everything. I just never go for like the White House or the coin ship because it's too much of a pain.
Yeah, I mean, I accidentally got the coin ship.
I've gotten it once by pure accident.
I think I got it maybe 3 times in my entire life, but. No, this is my favorite game of all time. I love all the powers. They're all wacky, unique, and they're so varied. And
even the frog suit?
You play the game as much as me, the frog suit counts as a challenge. I was like, okay, let's see how far I can get in the frog suit. It just became... I just played it so much, and I think it's just what it is, for me. It's just... Everybody has that one game they play over and over and over again, and this is mine, and I know objectively World is technically a better game, but 3 is my favorite.
No, I definitely have. No, I definitely have things like that too. Where I like.
Well, meanwhile that game for me is number 8, Super Mario World.
I have a strange story with this one, but I'll let you reminisce first.
Such a good game. It controls so well. So many secrets to find. It's not purely left, right, or up and down as Mario 3 was. It was all over the place. It could do so many things right, and Yoshi just was such a fun addition.
Yeah.
I like Mario World a lot, but I played it for the first time in full. Like, I had played a couple of levels here and there before this, but the first time I said, okay, I'm going to sit down and beat Mario World was the day after I had my wisdom teeth taken out. So I kind of played.
You killed them, Ted. You killed them.
Yeah. So no, I think I was still kind of loopy from the whatever they gave me to put me under the day before. So I kind of have very hazy memories of it. I did get lost in the Forest of Illusion though.
Hazy mazy memories.
No, that level's dumb.
No, I World is very good. I love all the secrets. It's extremely fun to play. It's just kind of disappointing to me that there's only really 3 power-ups: the star, the fire flower, and the cape.
Well, Yoshi is essentially a power-up.
Yoshi's kind of a power-up in himself, and Yoshi is a lot of fun. Like as a kid, Yoshi was the coolest thing ever. In the Betrayal, yes.
You see the as much as I'm not a fan of Fox Animation Domination, their little Mario World short.
Yeah, I did.
Yoshi and Mario are super best friends forever. It's a betrayal, and Mario gives him the double finger.
Yeah, I saw that. That's probably the best part of that whole thing. No, I think I told Ted this already when we were talking about this type of thing.
This is the story I'm thinking about. You've told me this, but go ahead anyway.
I did not have an SNES growing up, but I had a friend who had an SNES. So I went over to his place, and we had spent an entire night playing through the entire game from the very beginning in 2-player, taking breaks to watch a movie or get pizza or whatever. This was also the time that Gangster's Paradise had come out, and it was super popular. He had that damn song playing the entire time on repeat. It would end, it would start right back up again. So now I cannot think of Mario World without thinking of Gangster's Paradise, and I can't hear Gangster's Paradise without thinking of Mario World because...
Is it bad that whenever that song is mentioned, I can't help but think of Amish Paradise?
No,
I prefer Amish Paradise because of that.
Hard work and sacrifice, living in the Amish paradise.
A local boy kicked me in the butt last week, but I smiled at her and turned the other cheek. I really don't care. In fact, I wish him hell. Well, because I'll be laughing in heaven while he's burning in hell.
So, yeah, that's my weird association with Mario World, because my one friend was just obsessed with that song, and it just played the entire way. It just
You didn't tell him, turn that damn thing off.
I was at his house. I had no choice. I didn't want to be rude. Oh, well. Anyway.
I'm going to get at number 7 as my personal favorite Metroid game, Metroid Prime.
It is a very good game.
So good.
It's excellent. It's playing through the first time,
It's so atmospheric. It does everything you want in a Metroid game.
It has that perfect blend where if you want to have story, you can search out the story and get some really fun bits, like the space pirates panicking over her being there. That's really great. And if you just want to blast through the game, you can.
Yeah.
It's really that perfect mix, and I love this game so much.
It's very good. I wouldn't say it's my favorite Metroid game because I just prefer the faster pace of the 2D ones, I think. But it's still very, very good.
Mm-hmm.
And we don't really have much more to say other than that, do we?
Watch our commentary on it.
Yeah, well, that's quick.
Yeah. Do that.
Okay, well, part 6 is Zelda: A Link to the Past. Which I think...
I have vision problems.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Which I think we talked about plenty with A Link Between Worlds, but I think both of you agree that was better than this one. So...
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's good. I see why people love it as, consider it their favorite, but I think it's been exceeded in several different games. And, like I said, Wind Waker is my favorite, so there you go.
I have vision problems.
Well, sucks to be you. Anyway, number 5, Super Mario.
My childhood.
God, I remember this game so
much.
much.
IGN is bullshit because they said the true star of Mario 64 is the Peach's Castle itself, when Princess Peach's Castle is like one of the least interesting hub worlds of any video game I've ever played. It is so boring. I don't know. I don't even think Mario 64 has one of the better Mario soundtracks.
Don't care.
Shut up. Shut up.
I remember playing the demo for this all the time, and then in the stores and messing with his head and just being blown away seeing Mario in 3D. It was really cool. It was a shame I wasn't able to come back to it till much later, but it's been surpassed by Galaxy in my mind, but it's still a fantastic game.
Yeah, I feel like... Yeah, basically, because I feel like it's very aimless in a lot of points. Because, it just sort of... I think that, it doesn't...
I remember this...
It's kind of weird. It's in an in-between place between something like the Galaxy or Galaxy 2, where you know exactly where you're supposed to go for each star, and Banjo-Kazooie, where everything's just everywhere and you can get whatever you want. It's in the middle, and that's not a good place to be in this point. Because it's like either, okay, have everything and I can just get them in whatever order I want, or have me do them one at a time. Don't have it be both. Because, yeah.
Yeah.
I remember plugging this up in the basement in 96. So amazed at 3D graphics.
Screw those 100 coin missions.
If my mom got the first star in the game.
Your mom.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Your mom.
Yes.
Your mom got the first star in Mario 64.
That's not too unusual.
My mom could beat your mom in any video game.
Oh, yeah? Well, my mom is better than your... This is a weird art.
My mom could beat yours up in Tekken. I don't know.
My mom would kick your ass in Miss Pac-Man. She kicks my ass in Miss Pac-Man.
Yeah, my mom's surprisingly good at Miss Pac-Man, too.
I think the game my mom's really good at is Pokemon Puzzle Challenge. For some reason, she's really good at that. Um,
Speaking of absurdly old games, we have Tetris on Game Boy.
no, I'm sorry. The Game Boy version is not the best version of Tetris. It is no, 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 no.
It's the problem with legacy picks. Are we talking? It's like they don't say whether these are the best or these are the most.
Well,
you know,
putting
that
it in
have
the
most
top
history
5
behind them.
implies that it's the best version, and I'm sorry, Tetris DS is just better. You can't. It's just it's hard to talk about control with Tetris because you think that wouldn't be an issue, but compared to Tetris DS, the blocks move side to side so slowly, and it doesn't. It just feels clunky in comparison. And when you add the fact that Tetris DS has so much content, this is just not the best version. I'm sorry. I love the music. I love Tetris, but I'm sorry, the Game Boy and NES versions are not the best. You guys are wrong.
And that's fair enough.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Yeah.
Even despite not playing Tetris DS, because I can see Tetris DS because Tetris is extremely bare bones. God, I played the hell out of it when I was a kid.
No, Tetris is a game that I can play basically all the time. Like if I just need to play something, I can put in Tetris and have fun. So it's the gameplay itself is just like it is about as close to perfect as just a gameplay experience as you can basically hope for me.
It's kind of weird that one of the most enduring games of all time is Soviet.
Lasted longer than the Soviets itself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's just no disrespect to the Game Boy version because I know it's historically significant. It's just not top 5. Sorry, no, wrong.
Well, I think at this point we all know what the top 3 is going to be, but
Well, no, I was actually
3.
surprised at number 1 because that the next 2 are Mario 3 is usually a number 1 pick for something like this, and not Mario 3 is usually a number 1 pick for something like this, and number 3 and number 2 are usually common picks too.
My number 1 Zelda game, Ocarina of Time.
It is really good.
It is a good game, yes.
I think Ocarina of Time 3D helped it a lot. Improved the Water Temple is infinitely more playable in that version.
Yeah. There's also the fact that it is somewhat of a legacy pick, but it's a legacy pick for all the right reasons.
It holds up,
Yeah.
I think, is more the thing.
Well,
It does.
it does hold up, but also that so much of the game, such as context-sensitive buttons, the whole L targeting stuff, games still use today.
Mm-hmm.
It introduced so many things.
It really did, and there's something special about each fight going in. Fights felt just way more impressive and visceral in this version, and it was fun to figure out how to get past them and different ways to handle each enemies. And the Great Deku Tree dungeon is forever ingrained in my mind. Just playing through
23 is number 1.
Every Nintendo game uses that for some reason.
Yeah, I don't know.
Again, I think this is another case of people like, oh my god, it's the worst game ever. Making it diminishing the quality when I actually do get a chance to play it. So I hope that I don't do that for games that I really enjoy. Like I hope I don't overhype things like Ace Attorney or Paper Mario, because I'd really hate that if somebody off of my recommendation played something and it ended up not living up to that. So. Yeah, but it still is a very, very good game. It's just A, not really my thing, and B, some of that overhype factor.
And that's fair enough.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not saying it's the greatest game ever, because that just depends on what you like.
Yeah,
That's
my favorite.
pure taste.
Yeah, my favorite game. My favorite game changes every other day. So that. Yeah.
But it's a game I go back to many, many times.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I had a lot of fun.
Yeah, I can
with,
understand why people.
Ocarina of Time 3D.
I can definitely understand why people would want to go back to Ocarina of Time, which I couldn't say that about say Zelda 1. So, yeah.
All right, number 2, Super Metroid.
This is okay. This is one that I like this one, but
Prime better.
I get why people really like Ocarina of Time. This is not one that I get people with.
No, I consider it still a very good game. I just prefer Zero Mission and Prime more.
Yeah, it's just I don't like the way Samus controls. It feels very floaty, and Samus's sprite is huge. It takes up like a third of the screen, and I don't like games that do that because I feel like I can't see anything coming towards me. It's a very nice sprite, very well detailed. It's just way too big. You see, that's why Ridley's too big for Smash Brothers. He takes up the entire screen.
The um, I'm trying to remember exactly when I played it for the first time because I know I didn't play it on the original SNES.
I played it
I,
as a virtual console game.
Yeah,
it was a virtual console.
It was. I think it came out around the time Prime 3 did, maybe somewhere close to then.
Yeah. So, and it still jumped up high on my list because it was that good to me. And I can only imagine what it was like for people who did play it in order, where they played the original Metroid, then they played Metroid 2, and then they played Super Metroid. Because if you go from Metroid to Super Metroid, that is a huge jump.
No, that's true. Because I don't think I could even consider the original Metroid a good game. This is definitely very well made. And I know a lot of people like being able to sort of explore on their own. I feel like it's very sort of aimless in that way, where there's no direction. You have to, just happen to stumble where you're supposed to go. And I'm not a fan of that sort of design. Even in exploration games that I really like, I'm gonna suck Banjo-Tooie's cock again, but you always know, how much you need, how much, in that game, you can always go into the menu and check how much stuff you need to collect in every level, and then that's your clue to where to go next. In this, if you get a power-up, you basically just sort of have to guess where you need to use that next, so, yeah.
It's a matter of how much you explored to begin with.
Yeah. And how well you can remember everything, too. Because, if you run into a wall that has the power bombs, you need to remember exactly where that is when you get the power bombs later on, and I'm not good at that.
Mm-hmm. And it's why I appreciate the map, because there's certain things in the map that I could sort of point at and take care of and understand and know what to do.
I'm spoiled by Fusion and Zero Mission's map, because in Super Metroid, it'll just have a dot if something's there, and in Zero Mission, it's an open dot if you haven't collected a thing, and a closed one if you have. So, it's just, when I'm looking at the map in Super Metroid, I have no clue what I haven't gotten. So,
No, it still holds up. It's debatable whether it's better than the two that you guys like, but I would put this as my number 2 Metroid game.
I'm glad that John's not here right now, because he'd probably be ripping my hair off right about now.
You'd be as bold as him.
Yeah.
So number 1.
Yeah, this is, I think, the dumbest choice for number 1, because
it's purely a legacy pick.
Yeah, not that Super Mario Brothers is a bad game. It's, it's.
I have tons of memories with it, but
it saved
there are better games.
Yeah, it saved the video game industry, which is super important, and it did that for a reason. But
it's not even the best Mario game on the system.
Yeah.
So
if they had to put it in the top 20 because of legacy, whatever, but not number 1. No, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I have a lot of memories. I remember figuring out all the secrets, being blown away. I mean, I got an NES when I was 3, playing through this and Duck Hunt, and I remember I forget how long it took, but I still remember the day I finally beat this game, and it was an accomplishment. I was screaming and running around the house. I was so excited. I think I was like 5 or 6 at the time, but I was just super excited because I finally beat it. Because the game is tough.
Yeah,
I beat the game.
Yeah, it's pretty tough.
I beat the game first time when I was about 6.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it
was the first game I actually beat.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I got so lucky. I shouldn't have beat the game when I beat the game. I was on my last life. Was little Mario, happened to jump. I was like, just going to go for it. Made a jump to go past Bowser. He tosses hammers. I barely slide through the space between 2 of his hammers, land on the hammer on the other side, and won. I think that was another reason I was so excited to beat it, because it was just such an amazing win. I was hyper.
But yeah, it is a good game. It's just a dumb pick for number 1, really. Because, Mario, as predictable as, having Super Metroid or Ocarina of Time or Mario 3-bit up there, at least people have made arguments for that. And, combined with their historical significance, their historical significance is backed up by the fact that they are solid games, overall. Because, my issues with Super Metroid aside, it is a very, very good game. Mario 1, it is a good game and it is historically significant, but it doesn't quite stack up to some of the other ones. So, yeah.
No, I'd agree with that. I already told you what my favorite game of all time is. That's what would be number one. But it's difficult to say because that's the problem. That's my major problem with this list. There's no they don't say what the reasoning is for why this game is in this spot or above this point. And that's the problem with the list. They're kind of fun to read through, but
no, this was infuriating. No Pikmin 3, stuff in the wrong place, all the wrong times, dumb choices.
No Kid Icarus Uprising.
No Kid Icarus Uprising. This was absolutely infuriating for me to read.
Where's my Super Princess Peach?
Oh man, that's just the biggest omission of them all, really.
Oh yeah, really.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's sort of interesting to go through and like imagine the fact that Nintendo really has put up more than 125
No, this
games.
is only like a third of them, really.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a hell of a legacy.
Yeah.
And so
Well, they've been around for 125 years.
gotta love those Hanafuda cards.
I have a pack from. It was one of the only
From Club Nintendo.
Yeah, from Club Nintendo. They don't sell them anymore though. So, yeah.
I should have picked up a copy because it looked like an interesting game.
Yeah, I don't know how
Just
to
from
play
watching
it, but I
us.
have it.
My only
It came with an enclosed instruction book.
My only knowledge of Hanafuda is from Summer Wars. And I was so confused watching that. I was like, how do you play?
I don't know how to play either.
Yeah, but...
Oh, wow, we managed to go on for almost 4 hours.
Literally 4 hours.
Yeah, I'm not shocked. I'm so freaking tired and I'm still not done with all my work. So.
Yeah.
But it was fun to go
Here's
through.
Here's to another 125 years of Nintendo.
I hope so.
Yeah.
Well, we won't be around to see it, possibly.
Unless if we put our heads in the jar.
There you go.
No, maybe then we'd finally get a new F-Zero game, Ryan.
Yeah, there you go. No,
by then we'll have F-Zero in real life.
I don't have the doom and gloom that Movie Bob does, where he thinks Nintendo's not going to be a company at some point. Nintendo's going to be around for quite a while.
No,
I think at some point they're going to have to kind of either give up on consoles or really have to do their own thing with it. But
well, here's the thing.
I don't think they'll ever go.
Well, no, the thing is that like people saying that Nintendo's going to go third party or whatever. You do realize how well the Wii and DS did, right? They are actually financially the most successful out of all of the video game divisions of.
Well, here's the problem though. The Wii U is done absolutely horribly.
Well, it's on an upswing. Like it is.
It is on an upswing. Yes, I agree
think
with that.
The next couple of months for the system look absolutely fantastic.
But it's just one of those. Nintendo keeps getting further and further behind in tech.
Yeah,
that's going to wind up. And honestly, unless they bite the bullet and do that huge jump next system, it's going to bite them in the ass.
I think what they need to do is they need to let Sony and Microsoft announce theirs first. And I can't believe we're already thinking about the next console war. But what they need to do is just let them announce the system first and then announce it like maybe a year later so that they can just sort of push to at least be equal, if not greater, than that. Mm-hmm. So at least everybody's on an even playing field at that point.
Yeah, because that's ultimately what's killing the Wii U.
Yeah,
that they're not getting any of the same games the other systems are.
Yeah, it's the multi-platform stuff that's really hurting, and the fact that they can't easily be ported over, and that's what leads into watchdog situations, and it's unfortunate. And I don't know. I think the Wii U has a lot to offer.
Yeah,
I could not say that about the system when it first launched.
No,
but at this point,
yeah,
I think it's becoming a very good system. It's nice to see a dedicated system for gaming.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. No, I think the PS4 is still pretty dedicated to gaming.
Well, nothing's really come out on that, really.
It really needs some exclusives.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, we're getting some.
Yeah. But, yep. So.
Well, that's still more than Microsoft's going to get.
True.
Yeah, that's true. Well, Sunset Overdrive, I guess, but I'm not buying a system. I'm not buying Xbox One just for that.
Yeah.
Unless if it ends up being the best game ever.
I doubt it.
I love Insomniac. That's not going to happen. So.
But yeah, I think we've talked quite enough.
Yeah, I didn't eat dinner. So.
You fool.
I'm gonna go do that.
I have a convention tomorrow.
Oh, damn! Go to bed.
I need to finish putting stuff together for Hyrule Warriors.
Oh, well, 3 more
So,
DLC
Right.
packs just got announced, so good luck with that.
yeah, I know. That game has so much content.
Okay.
It's crazy.
Okay, so
It
All
really-
right, so
yeah.
that's this list for everyone. We know. Here it is.
IGN, don't do
you
any
wasted
more.
you wasted 4 hours of your life listening to us.
You fools.
You fools.
Bye.
See you guys.